Okay, good evening. It's 6:02. We are up and rolling, so I'm going to move we open the April 24th meeting of the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor? Aye. Okay. The first thing we have on the agenda tonight is minutes approval. I'd like to start with March 13th. Did everyone have a chance to look them over?
Yes.
Any changes?
Nope.
Okay. I'm going to move we accept the minutes for March 13th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. I'm going to hold on April the 10th because I've been out of the country, so I'd like to review them before we actually vote on them. Next up, we have written decisions. The first written decision is for 263 Little Plains Road for the alteration of an existing dwelling and accessory cottage. Has everyone had a chance to read the written decision?
Yes.
Any questions or comments? Okay. I'm going to move we accept the written decision for 263 Little Plains Road. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do my paper. Okay. Next up on the agenda is the written decision for, I believe, 151 Hampton Road. Is that correct? Yes. No, the next one's for 40 North Main, but that written decision, I believe, is not ready yet.
No,
So
sorry.
next up for tonight is 154 Hampton Road for a driveway gate, Arden O'Connor. Has everyone had a chance to read the written decision? Any questions or comments? And I'm going to move we accept the written decision for 154 Hampton Road, Arden O'Connor. Do I have a second?
Running the streak here.
You're doing well. All in favor? Aye.
Oh, okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay, and next up, we have 196 Wendanch, but I believe that decision is not correct.
No,
Not ready yet
sorry.
This evening, okay. So next up for a vote tonight is Tate's Bake Shop, Inc. at 43 North Sea Road. Has everyone had a chance to read the written decision?
Yes.
Great. I'm going to move that we accept the written decision for 43 North Sea Road for replacement of second-story windows. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'll go forward here so I don't mess anybody up. Okay. Next up on the agenda are two landmark designation reviews. I'm going to ask that we move those to the bottom of the agenda. I believe we're waiting on a piece of information, which takes us next to the demolition evaluation for 106 Powell Avenue. Has everyone had a chance to go by and look at 106 Powell Avenue?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Any questions or comments? And I'm going to vote that we accept the application for demolition for 106 Powell Avenue. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Discussion? Or ayes?
Did you want?
Aye.
I just think it's a pristine dwelling. I'm just not sure why we're taking it down, but whatever. Just,
We're in that place, we have a few of these where our choices are limited at
Yeah.
present.
yeah, so anyway.
So,
And it has to meet certain criteria.
Yes.
And I understand that, it's just that
No.
it's not by,
it has to, in reading through the criteria, I did not find that it
Yeah.
met the criteria. So I'm sorry, all in favor?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, can I suggest that we move the landmark designation review to the end of the historic applications instead of the end of the agenda for the evening?
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay, just remind me when I forget.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Got here. Okay. Should you pass that down to the
Okay,
paper
there
stack?
you go.
Just throw it on top of the files for me if you would. Great. Okay, so that brings us up to public hearings, historic and carryover matters. The first one up tonight is 242 South Main Street for an exterior alteration. Is the applicant here?
Chair, could you second call that? We're waiting for our architect.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm happy to. Let me make a note so I don't forget. Okay, so then next up is 783 Hill Street, which we're waiting for, I think we're still waiting for a historic report on that one. So do I need to move to adjourn or just move on?
I
Oh, you're here, okay.
Yeah, no,
I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Okay, well,
You
Which
have
one
to get
are
a
we doing?
report,
So we
so,
get a report.
so as long as it's on you, not me, the adjourn.
Yeah, it's on us.
What, it's on, I don't know about me, but I'll say it's on us.
I meant the royal you.
Okay. After a week in London, I'll take the royal you.
Sounds
Okay. Okay, so so do I need to move to adjourn?
Yes, please.
Okay, I move we adjourn the application for 783 Hill Street pending historic report. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so next up is 200 First Next Lane for a two-car garage, Flux Invest LLC. Is the applicant here? Or are they online? Is Alex with us? I should also mention, I did forget that joining us tonight is Alex Wallach, our village planner.
Hello, I'm here.
Tajay Anderson, representing the building department, is with us tonight. Alex Cooley, our counsel, and our recording secretary, Emma Edwards, is online with us as well. Welcome all. And our videographer, Sage, in the back, is in charge of keeping us all in line. So far, doing a great job. Thanks. All right, is the applicant here? Are they online? Okay. I'll write that down to second call it. Okay. Which brings us up to Chester House LLC at 288 Halsey Neck Street. And that has been adjourned to May 22nd. Is that a new adjournment, or did we adjourn that last week?
I
believe
think this was already adjourned.
That's already adjourned, okay. So that takes us to new matters, the first one being 16 Gin Lane. Are the affidavits in order?
Yes, they are.
Okay, is the applicant here for 16 Gin Lane? This is going faster than I thought.
Yeah, I think everybody.
All right. Then next up is 365 South Main Street, but there is a request to withdraw.
Yeah, we don't need to vote on that.
Yeah.
They have
okay.
the right to withdraw.
All right, so then the next up is Searsucker 2 LLC at 385 South Main Street for modification of existing dormer and to add a balcony. Do you have the affidavits and are they in order?
Yes.
Okay, and is the applicant here?
Yes, we are. Seems like
good.
a first
We
for the
We
night.
got one.
For the applicant, David Gilmartin Jr., Greenberg Traurig, Bridgehampton, New York, and on Zoom should be Stephen Chrisman, our architect, who will present the application. Stephen?
Yep.
Yep, there he is.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm architect with Ferguson Plumbing Architects. All right. Would you like us to go through the question?
I actually would, that'd be great, thank you. Are you
Okay,
sharing your,
very good.
are
So
you going to
relatively
share your
simple
screen?
Yes,
Okay,
there's two parts, two questions. We'll
Okay.
start on the, there's a dormer on the west side of the house. Why don't we start on that one?
okay,
So it's a modification. We can see on the drawing, the comparison of the existing approved ARB is on the left, and the modification that we would like to make is on the right. Essentially, it's taking a dormer with 3 windows and converting it to a dormer with 2 windows and a small exterior balcony in between. And that's centered on the dormer. That's essentially the whole, that's really it. The overall massing doesn't change. It's just removing a little bit in the center portion to provide an outside balcony.
okay.
So happy to address any questions.
Sorry. So the original openings that were to the left and the right of where now is the opening for the balcony? Those,
That's right, in the center. The center window on the left-hand side is now replaced
by a door.
with a balcony, and then a few feet back is a door and a window that provides you access to the interior.
Okay. And I know it's probably as planned, but could you go through the materials and color again, please?
Yes, sure, we can bring up our material board. This is actually the second part of our question today is we've got natural shingles in the original ARB, and we're requesting to change to painted shingles. Everything else is the same, painted trim, cedar shingle roof, lead-coated copper gutters and downspouts, and dark green painted shutters.
Okay.
Existing is on the left and proposed on the right.
And could you, for the record, give me the paint color?
The paint color, right now, it's a white. I don't know if we've selected the specific white. It would be historic white colored paint. We can certainly get to that specific color.
Okay. And one more time on the color for the windows and the shutters, please.
It's a dark green
Okay.
for the shutters, and the trim is also a white around the doors and the windows and doors themselves.
And the windows and the doors themselves are white.
Correct.
Okay.
I think we need colors, the specs, before we vote on anything. I mean, this is in the historic district. And
Yeah, the color's actually a big change, oddly. Other board members?
Now, other than what you fellas were saying in terms of the wishing to see the colors.
Are you painting the whole house or just that section of the house?
All the existing, the shutters that were originally approved as natural will now be white stained. A lot like, there's many buildings in the historic district, as you know, with white painted shingle.
Okay. Jane? I think what you're hearing is, well, let's talk about, how do we feel about the balcony and the windows? Let's talk about that first. How do we feel about that?
Sure. Should we go back to that elevation?
Please.
And we can zoom in on the.
Yeah, let's break them down into two.
Mhm.
Okay, board members, questions, comments about the change from the 3 windows to the inset balcony?
And what's the size of that inset balcony? It's only that portion right under the window, correct? Or in the opening?
That's right. So we can also go to the floor plan, if that's also helpful.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to find,
Yeah.
find it in the
Look
floor
for
plan.
Oh, I'm sorry, we'll pull it up here. We've got it here. So you can see, in this drawing here, you can see the small balcony. So
okay, I see.
It's very small, it's maybe 4.5 feet across there, maybe 4.
410 wide and 410 deep.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay. Any other questions about the balcony?
No.
Okay, then let's go back to color. What I'm hearing is, we actually would like to know and see samples of what the color white is, because white has so many options. I think we'd like a comfort level with seeing an actual sample of the white color, an actual color sample of the green.
Okay. Do you need just a color sample, or actually a portion of a shingle, or a portion of a piece of wood that represents the shutters?
Well, a portion of the wood that represents the shutters and a portion of the wood that represents this white, the change from natural to white, just to understand what the white is, would be great.
Okay, very good.
And then I'm understanding is the trim white the same white as the house, or it's like an 01 white?
It would be just a slightly different white.
Okay, let's do this. Why don't you bring all those, just so we can see all 3?
Okay.
Yeah, because the house is in the historic district, and actually just the massing the house when you paint it white makes a difference. Not a bad difference, but it makes a difference. But I think in doing our job correctly, we really would like to see those samples.
Okay, very good.
Okay?
And we bring that to the next
Yes,
hearing?
if you could bring it to the next meeting, that would be great.
Okay.
Actually, if you want to drop it off in the building department ahead of the meeting,
That's what I was gonna suggest.
yeah,
If we
because that way
still-
when we go pick up our materials, we can also really have a few minutes to spend with the samples one-on-one in the.
Exactly, okay, that's what I proposed.
Yeah,
which
I
we'll
think that's
probably
great.
be able to do
The
again,
original for
But I wanna
approval
make sure you
was
get the samples, so we'll send them to you
So
in
now they wanna
advance.
do white?
All right, well, thank you. So are you're requesting an adjournment?
Yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to suggest, which address am I on here? I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment for 385 South Main Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What date is that?
May 8th.
May 8th. Okay.
Also, the architect for 242 South Main has arrived, if you
All right.
Okay.
recall that.
I'm just going to go ahead and call it now. If 242 has arrived, let's just go ahead and bring them up.
Okay, thank you very much.
So for the applicant tonight, David Gilmartin, we have Zach Studenroth and our architect Brian Glazer.
Okay.
And Zach's going to do the presentation.
Big bolts.
Yes.
For record, just please state your name again.
Yep. Let me just get this set up. Everybody can see this.
You're on the microphone.
You're on the mic there.
Just, yeah.
So you can actually present from there. There's a microphone.
Oh, perfect. All right, great. Hello, Brian Glasser. I think Zach's gonna run with our changes that were made,
Okay.
and I'm here for technical support, so.
Okay.
Yes.
Thanks, Brian. I've been promoted. But very briefly, before we get into the design modifications, I think it's very important to remember the context or the status, if you will. The house in question is considered a contributing resource in the district, as we all know. But it has an unusual description in the National Register nomination form. Because it begins by being stated that it's greatly altered. And that, in my experience, because I've written these, is kind of code for it's lost considerable integrity, and I think that's quite accurate. If you look at the house, which has been described by Ms. Spanberg in her very thorough discussion of the summer colony houses back in 2015. And then again, the Historical Society itself has it listed on their website. But it's referred to in both of those sources as Queen Anne in style. And actually, I don't want to quibble with the other authorities, but there's absolutely nothing Queen Anne style about this house. And in fact, all the alterations that went into it, as it turns out in the 1970s, have virtually obliterated any architectural style that the house may have had. And unfortunately, we've not been able to find an earlier photograph that would reveal what some of those attributes were. So what I'm getting to here is that the house has very little architectural style, and in fact, it has lost a considerable amount of integrity, specifically through the addition of numerous areas that have been built out, all before the historic district was put in place. These were all taken place in the 1970s and 80s, apparently when a new owner came on board and began to make improvements. And so what I feel we're looking at is a contributing resource that has been greatly altered and damaged visually through that process. And what's being now presented is a project which will effectively remove all of those later additions, get back to what is left of the original building, and then extend it with smaller additions that echo its architectural style, whatever you would want to call it. I would suggest colonial revival is probably closer than Queen Anne. And the reason that's important is that if you suggest Queen Anne, you're thinking interesting elements, variegated shingle treatments, multi-pane windows above larger windows, bracketed eaves, bracketed roof, porch. None of those elements are here. And so I'd suggest we not look for them in the new work because it seeks to emulate the simplicity of what is there and the forms of the roof, etc. But no architectural elements that would be inappropriate to this building because it is not a Queen Anne house. It doesn't appear to have ever been one, except because of its date of construction, which was about 1880, so that must have suggested that. So I feel that what's presented, and especially tonight, the revisions that Brian has made, have minimized the length of the facade as it fronts the street. He's moved the chimney, has turned that whole wing, and has changed the porch, and I think that's important because the porch that you saw the last time had a rounded element at one end, which again sort of suggested that Queen Anne idiom. Now it's been squared off because that's probably more appropriate to it. So I think what you're seeing tonight is a very good architectural improvement of the house through the removal of those inappropriate, distracting additions. And it is stepped down in such a way that the new work is very definitely subservient to the main block of the house, which is being preserved. So that's, in summary, my feelings.
Okay,
Any questions, or we'll turn it over to Brian. He can walk you through the designs.
good.
Okay.
Well, Brian Glasser, I'm the architect on this project. And basically, just to reiterate some of the stuff Zach mentioned, also just to go back through the comments from our last hearing. Starting off with the entryway, you can hear me correct, everyone can hear me on this side. So just going back to, we did a comparison of the original design that was presented here, as our first ARB presentation, and this is the second one. Some of the concerns were the fact that there's an existing entry from the north, and what we were doing is we wanted to highlight the front entry. It's still subtle, but going along with the existing design, we opened up this area here, so this would be your front entrance, which I did the originally proposed site plan to the currently proposed. So you can see here we have this entry from the parking. So basically now you feel a point of entry coming in from the west versus the north. So that was one of the comments that was brought up by the board members. Another item that was mentioned was this horizontal band was not a part of the original design, and we did have brackets, which we removed the band, and we did remove the brackets. This rendering doesn't have it, but there's brackets here. Also, this additional dormer here was removed, so this is the proposed for the second submission. This is the original. I basically showed a diagram here of showing all the changes that were made, so you can see a comparison, compare and contrast the difference. The major change was we basically removed this addition here, which was about 20 feet to the south. And John also mentioned his concern about the upper deck from the master bedroom, which was removed and replaced with just a lower shed roof, hip roof. Also to break down, and this was roughly 20 feet of reduction in a two-story structure. The other item that we did, instead of having a two-story structure coming up, which is connecting the existing to the renovation, we broke this massing down so that it felt subservient, that the additions felt a little more subservient to the main massing of the original house that was there. The chimneys were removed. I think these formal statements kind of highlight and make the additions feel grander, so by removing them, we actually put this in the back, which is 40 feet. If you look on this site plan right here, you can see the reduction from the side yard setback, how I think that was the goal, that we basically took this whole mass and moved it to the rear of the property. That pretty much went through all the comments that the board members had. I don't know if you have any questions.
There were no color and materials changes
No,
since the application before, right? Just
No.
shape.
Yeah, we left it natural cedar with off-white trim, the windows, the casing would all match. Copper gutters. This is the existing chimney that we brought up, and I think we confirmed that it is a little overscale, but that's what was currently there. That was to remain. This is the chimney that was removed or relocated to the back. of the house. And that was pretty much, I also put together the other, so this area here is our current submission, and this layer down here is our previous, so you can see the areas that are highlighted that were removed, like this is your rear elevation from the east, so you see the structure was all removed. The bands, the front porticos.
Okay. Board members?
Brian, can you just point out to me the roof line on the connector, let's say on this west elevation in the middle? So,
This one right here?
yeah, so the roof line is there, okay.
Yep, so this is a flat roof area, which is here,
Right.
which is roughly, you know, roughly 7 feet low. I took
Okay.
some measurements, but, we spoke about it last time, so I got
Right.
accurate numbers. So we're 7 feet lower, which is your flat roof,
Right.
maximum.
What's the nature of the windows and what's, to the extent that they're either original or been replaced, or, why choosing those particular 2/2s?
Okay, so so actually,
I guess that's my department.
you could, yep, and Sarah was, so we did have, with Mark, Sarah was there, and you can get a little more depth, but
Yeah.
I do know, we believe to be some of the original windows in the back, which were a 2/2, and when we were looking up Queen Anne style architecture,
Mhm.
they did have 1/1, they had a variation of window patterns, and.
Well, the 2/2
Yeah.
is about the simplest, most standard sash type of the period, from, let's say, 1880 to 1900. And we did have several of them surviving here. In fact, there were a couple that were recycled and moved forward into a section of the house that was enlarged above that porch. So we're pretty confident that that is the original window type. It's appropriate to the period. We don't have any indication of a more decorative sort of multi-pane that would rid a larger middle that would be typical of the period. We don't want 1/1 because now we're into the early 20th century. We're like into the early 1900s. We don't get to that quite yet. So the 2/2 is basically the best, and there are several surviving on the
Yeah.
site, the best typical fenestration for that period that's
Yeah.
not guessing and making things more decorative or more elaborate than they actually
Yeah.
were. So that was the choice of that
Yeah.
sash type.
One thing that, and maybe it's the rendering, and I don't know if my other board members react to it, but there's something off to my eyes on the new addition, the distance between the windows and then the third-story window. I know that just, I think it adds to the mass of the addition. I very much appreciate the fact that you eliminated one addition. I don't know, and perhaps it's just my eyes.
Well, it's been eliminated by, I believe, 20 to 21 feet.
Right, no, I understand that.
So in
I'm
other
not
words,
really
that
talking-
whole,
I think he's talking
I'm
about
talking
the
about-
fenestration on the
okay.
addition.
On the revised.
Well, it's all symmetrical, and it's really more a question of whether there be 2 or 3. You wouldn't want a single window in that
No,
gabled
no.
facade. 3 would be too many.
I only
2
found- those are-
echoes the original massing.
The window openings have not been changed on the,
In the original
in the
block, no.
original. Those are, and from my eye, the original openings are actually widespread. in the
Yeah, they
original.
are, yeah.
So they're,
So
they're
they're
really
kind-
wider than the
It
original.
kind of
Mhm.
emulates
Yeah.
But I
that.
actually find that that's probably more,
Mhm.
mimics a little more, but
Yeah.
it does mimic, but what the original
Yeah,
intent of the
good
house
point.
was.
Yep,
Yeah.
Just to, I mean, this gable proportion here, these are like lower plate heights.
yeah,
So there's things going on, if you look at the floor plan.
Yeah,
where this is
okay.
like 5 or 6 feet tall, so there's things that, and we try to maintain the structural
Mhm,
integrity
mhm.
of this volume, which I think,
yeah.
I do like it, but I feel like this
Okay,
overall
no,
massive volume, I think it's.
the point's well taken and made, thanks.
Because I'm old, can you grab that board for me so I can just look a little closer for a second?
You think you're old.
I got a new prescription, can't see a thing. Yeah, because the addition actually is subservient, because it sets back pretty much
Mhm.
most of the original.
Yeah, how much
Very good, very
how
good.
much further back is the addition? Okay.
Like, yeah, I think it was like 18 or we talked about with Sarah,
Yeah.
and originally I wasn't gonna go as far back, but
Yeah, okay.
And see how far back.
Yeah,
hold it.
yeah, okay.
I could, on
That,
here, on
no,
this-
that helps.
on this diagram, so when we walked the project, Sarah was there, and the one thing that she mentioned was, if we could maintain this addition to be beyond this point, which at the 1 story, we're at this level, and then we went back even further. So
Mhm.
the dimension of this whole space is where our addition is starting, and beyond here is all we,
Yeah.
that's where our additions are, plus beyond, and
Okay.
It's a new project to me.
Okay.
It's a new project to me. I replaced Sarah, actually.
Yeah.
I'm just curious about that bay window. Was that existing?
Yes. It was originally,
Yeah, that's existing.
Yeah.
One other quick point, and I know that it was pointed out that the approach around to the house passes the porch, and there was no apparent opening to the front of the house, and Brian has removed a section of railing
Yes, I
with
saw that.
stairs.
Yeah.
It does, even though the door is original, and that's been left where it is, so you don't see that, but that is the steps up to the porch, which gives you an entrance off the driveway, which was lacking before. I think that was a good change.
I do too. I think when we looked at it before, even versus where it is now, it wasn't obvious when you drove up to the house
Right.
where the front door was.
And that was possible by squaring out the corner of the porch.
Which-
Previously, it was rounded
Yes,
and
that was the other
wouldn't.
objection we had,
Yeah.
like 2 ago. Okay. John?
I think the changes that were made quiet down a bit the scale of the addition, so I think it's fine.
I'd like to start with a thank you, actually. This one's been a long project, and I think, as everyone in the audience can see, the amount of work that went through for trying to break this house apart and figure out what the original intent was and what the additions were. You've gone through a lot of work. And I think we've gone through several meetings now, and you've listened intently to the suggestions of the board. We really appreciate it. And I think we did find those 2 over 2s in the back, I think it was the back west corner. Yeah. So I actually think where we are now is appropriate to the house. I think the addition is subservient to the original. I think the original intent of the house is intact. I think when you pull all the siding that's off that house, which you'll find underneath, will be kind of interesting. But I realize this one's been a long project, but it's an important street and it's an important location, it's an important project for us, and your time and patience in working with us, I really appreciate. Are there any comments from the public? Okay.
Over here.
Sir?
Hey,
We're a little late.
Oh, no, no.
We'd like to, sorry, want to go up to the podium?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good.
And introduce yourself, please.
Sure. Hi, thank you for the time. Sorry to be a little late. My name is Robert Sloan. My wife is here too, Elizabeth Sloan. We are here. We live at 41 Gin Lane. We just wanted to say, nothing here. It was actually about the previous, the previous presentation. Just to say publicly,
He's talking about a prior
Yeah,
hearing.
yeah.
Right,
I'm gonna ask-
appropriate for this hearing.
I'm gonna ask you-
Working on this
I will take your comments in a minute because we didn't call for public comment, but let us finish this matter and then I'll ask you,
very good.
to be fair. Okay? Any other public comments on this project? Okay. I am going to move that what's my motion here?
Oh, just submit it
To submit a written decision to accept the application for 242 South Main Street. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Thank you. Thank you for your time, and thank you for
Yes.
a lot of attention you paid.
Yes, thank you. Just so you know, these projects are just as much important to me as they are to you guys, so,
And it shows.
yes.
Great job,
You've done a whole lot of work here.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And what's the date of the plan? Do you need that, or you know it?
Good.
You good?
Happy
Okay.
to take it.
The date on the drawings that were submitted were 3/10. So, because we had previous submissions and then things happened and I was away, so.
We missed a meeting, yeah.
Okay, got it.
Sir?
Wait, but what is he speaking on?
Jim, you speak 16, Jim.
Oh,
We haven't discussed 16 Gin.
No, that was called before.
No, we were right here and we didn't, right here, we were not here.
Oh, you did call it,
I called it.
but that's okay. Well,
That's
I mean,
okay,
we'll
'cause
we'll
I
get
have
to
I have a
it.
second call notice on it, so.
Okay.
So you're commenting on 16 Gin?
No, commenting on, yeah, 385 South Main,
It's
Uh,
seersucker too.
seersucker
Separate
too.
two.
oh, that's the one we just heard.
The amount of
Oh,
work.
wait. Then we have to reopen that.
We have to reopen it, okay.
Okay.
There was confusion, we thought you were
Sorry, I
asking about
didn't hear
that.
anybody call for public
No,
comment, so that's
you're
what I
right, I
said.
think I forgot, so I think you're correct.
Very good.
So, I move we reopen, what, this is?
Seersucker 2 LLC.
Seersucker 2 at 385 South Main Street, do I have a
For,
second?
right, for the purposes of
For the
public
purpo-
comment.
For the purposes of public comment, do I have a second?
Second?
I object. Can we come back, as our architect isn't on now, he's left. It seemed to be closed. You're having us come back, so maybe we can do this on the 8th.
I-
But we don't have our architect here to
I think we
respond.
should hear from the neighbor, I'm sorry.
Thank
This
you.
is our error for not calling in,
Yes, mine.
so I apologize.
Okay, do I have a second to reopen?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, and
Okay.
thank you for considering our comment. We've lived through something very unusual, which is a very large project, a very loud project, a very involved project. We've lived through the shaking of our foundation, plates falling out of the cupboards. We have video of our house, which is newly built, shaking so badly from the pylons that are being driven to create a 14-foot basement where the water table is 12 feet. Now, as I understand it, there are no rules for how deep you can go. There's no rules for underground. And all I'm here to say is, having lived next to it, and this is America, you can build what you want and do what you want, and as long as you
Actually,
approve it, it can be
you
done.
can't.
But underground, there needs to be some kind of regulation that brings some common sense to what's happening. How does someone build a 14-foot basement with no check in a 12-foot or even 10-foot water table? Now, we live right across the street. We lived through all this pylon being driven.
Sir, what I'm going to say to you is, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing with you. That's not a matter that's pertinent to this board.
I just wanted to make a comment.
Okay, but it's a good comment, but this venue can't address that comment. So that would either be zoning board.
Trustees.
Trustees, that'd be a
Trustees.
trustee comment.
Trustee
Yeah.
Yeah,
comment.
so that's where that would need to go,
So-
just because
Right.
that is not in the purview of this board.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So instruct me as a citizen that's concerned, that comes here on their own time. Where do I go and what do we do?
You contact the trustees, go to the village website, contact the trustees, call, and talk to the trustees about it and take it from there.
We will do that.
Yeah,
Right.
I hope you do.
The
Hope
tr-
you
the-
do.
the trustee meetings have an opportunity for public comment, so you can make it there. But I would start first with the building department, because you've made certain statements which I don't know whether they're
Oh, we have
true,
video.
true, and I know, I'm
Well,
not.
and that's not the time or
I'm
place,
not-
I
no,
understand.
I'm not talking about the veracity of your statements, whether or not things are built to code. So they have to be built to codes. And when somebody digs a hole in the ground, there's somebody who goes out and inspects it. There are rules and regulations, and especially when it comes to digging wells or digging subterranean, just digging in the ground. So I suspect there are rules. I would also suspect, at least I'd like to think, that the folks abided by those rules. Now, if they don't, then there's recourse for that. But this board doesn't, I don't pretend to know that. The building department would be first stop, and the trustees, public comment. If you think it's something that should be addressed, and maybe rule changes put in, then of course.
That's what we'll do. All right.
that's where that goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
No, the community involvement is a great thing, whether we direct you somewhere else or it can be addressed here, but it's a good thing.
Okay, so then I'm going to move we close 385 South Main Street for public comment. Do I have a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, I'm going to recall 200 First Neck. Is the applicant here? Is the applicant online? Okay. Then I'm going to move back to new matters, which was 16 Gin Lane, Walden Manor, for exterior alteration, extension of existing roof for an open breezeway. And I know that the affidavit's in order,
Yes.
as we already asked.
Got copies.
Hello, good evening.
I'm good, thank you. Good evening, Melissa Dedovich, Peconic Environmental Associates. I'm here with Kurt Lehman from AML Architecture on behalf of the project, and I'll let them.
Good evening. My partner, Richard Osorno.
Hi.
So two very minor modifications. This was in front of the board about a year ago.
About a year ago, yeah.
We would like to make two slight modifications to what was approved. Both of what we're proposing are in the 1994 portion of the house. The original house was 1929. We're not proposing any changes to what was approved there. Two small modifications. One, to switch 3 windows to 2 French doors in the same styles that were approved previously. And another to add a covered entryway on the north side of the house, which is completely concealed behind a brick wall and not visible from any street. So we've done renderings of these two modifications. I'm happy to show them to you. Would you like us to bring them up?
No.
Okay.
These I can actually see.
Okay. So this is as approved by the board. This is the area on the south side. We're looking to use this window typology in this location. It's for an opening up of the floor plan. There's a lot of small rooms there. And then on the north side is to add a small connector roof in this alcove area between this portion and this portion, both 1994 additions, adding the small roof overhang. We're just pulling out the roof, which is actually the same roof shape that's happening just on the other side of this gable. And that's the extent of the modifications.
So, again, the picture, the rendering that's closest to us is what you're proposing?
Yes, sir.
And it's to my right facing that you're putting in French.
It's these two.
French doors, well, right, so about 16 or, what, about 12 feet of doors on each side?
Each one is about 11 feet wide. They're gauged to the
Right,
panels.
so about 22 or 20, somewhere between 22 plus feet of window where there were just windows. Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
Facing the beach.
Correct.
Facing the beach, yep.
Okay.
And what's the distance of the house from that point to the beach or to the?
It's kind of on an angle, I would say, there's a couple bulkheads there, probably about 75 feet. 65 to 75, depending on the angle. But at these units, I would say it's about 75.
Right. So, let's see, are you done with your presentation?
That's the extent of the modification.
So, for the benefit of my fellow board members, and maybe some of you were here, Mark, I don't know, but
I was there.
there was a lot, and Melissa will vouch for this, a lot of time and attention and multiple visits paid on this property, and in particular trying to make sure that any of the additions were consistent with the original house. And to the extent that what was previously approved was the result of a lot of care and attention. I personally find the addition of the new windows taking away from the historic element. And I can't help but feeling that this is now about the third time you folks have been back for an amendment to that original proposal, or at least 2 times. And it just seems that with each iteration, we're getting a little bit further away than was the original intent that was proposed and the original acceptance the original approval. So I personally would like to see it stay as it was originally approved.
Jane?
Well, I'm new to this particular project. I don't think it looks terrible. I was concerned about how much light would be giving off to the sky, but I understand it's a very low, dark house. So I'm just going to say I'm kind of ambivalent right now.
Oh, I have a question, sorry. Jeff, do you remember when the previous COA was approved? Because I only have that we approved replacement windows in March of 2021.
Last time we threw was just replacement windows when I was here.
Okay, but the original house, and Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong.
I was just involved, I've just been brought in for this particular application. I was not involved in the prior application. I will say that my office was involved in getting the third rock revetment over there after Sandy.
Yeah.
The area that we're talking about where the French doors are proposed was the addition, the most recent addition from 1994?
Correct.
From 1994. And actually, the windows there right now are for two very small staff rooms. This is actually because there's do you have the interior?
A small staff room has an 11-foot window.
There's
No,
actually,
the existing.
the
The
current,
existing.
Oh,
right now there are like,
so
staff.
what's going there now?
Do you have
A
the-
large family room.
Right.
We
Do you
have
have
the
the floor
plans.
plans?
Okay.
Basically, instead of 3 small staff rooms that exist now, is to make it an expansion of the kitchen and 1 large family room. Next page. This is the area right here. This is the current kitchen and dining room. This is going to be basically a family room off of the kitchen
Can
area.
you show what it was originally?
I do not have the
Okay,
existing floor plan.
right now there's 3.
It was 2 small staff rooms.
Yeah, 2 small staff rooms and a kind of closet storage area.
Okay.
And the purpose of the French room is really to balance off, again, the original house, the historic house in the middle, is to balance with the French doors that are on the opposite wing.
Okay, so,
Here's
so
I have a
in
question.
fact.
I have a question.
Okay,
When I look at the original 94 wing on the upper, there's a rhythm to this house that has timbering that goes down the house, and you see the timbering in the eaves, and you see the timbering in the boards that go all the way down the house. By making those 11-foot doors, you've actually lost that timbering and the intent of that house. Is there a way that you could make the doors not quite as wide, but give me a little more, maybe, material into it, that it doesn't feel like a departure from the house?
We could look at that. It is very similar in proportion to the 1929.
Except for when I look at the floor plan of 19, it looks to me like
Okay.
there's more distance between the doors in the 1929.
with this discussion, perhaps you mentioned that your eyesight, you were questioning your eyesight because of your age. Well, perhaps for me it's memory. But with discussion, it's coming back. So there was a field visit done by the then board members, along with Zach Studenroth, who was then the village historian. The applicant wished to replace the original leaded windows, which were not in good repair, and there had been at other times there had been some replacements with double pane windows. Anyway, after much going back and forth, and I don't know if Melissa, you were involved at that point or not. So this had to be about 3 years ago. That's all right. So that's what I'm talking about. There was a great deal of attention paid to maintaining the Tudor style of that house, even though that portions of it were not part of the original house. So therefore, when I look at these windows, and it's a near total departure from what the board had considered at that time and what was presented and what was approved. Now, the fact that it places, it's facing southward onto the beach makes the issue even more disharmonious to me, or at least one that I'm not inclined to vote in favor of, because it takes away from the design of the original design of the house. Plus, it creates more light on the beach, and it's just not consistent with the style of the house. So I would like you to stay with the original house, or at least to that extent. Should you choose, I would not approve it. At least my vote.
Okay.
Actually, I will say, though, this is I think you brought up a good point. It's a higher elevation, there is a dune right up here, and there's a stockade fence. You can't see the first floor of the house from the beach.
With
It's
all,
a
With all
one-story
due
house.
respect,
Well,
I'm
yes.
gonna disagree, because I walk the beach every day,
yeah.
every single day. And look at this house, because it's a beautiful house.
It is a beautiful
And I
house.
actually can't see it.
And actually, we do, Tom, would you like to make anything? We do have someone who would like to.
Can we finish
Just
our
historical
comments
merit.
first
Yeah,
before
no,
we
we're
go?
not
for-
open.
Oh, no,
Okay.
actually, he has been, we've actually, he's been an advisor on this. We've talked to Tom about this.
So he's part of your team?
Yes.
Okay.
Could we
Introduce
finish
yourself.
our comments?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
This will be a short comment. So
Oh,
my
hang on one
name is,
sec. John?
No, I just wanted to agree with Jeff that I believe that the size and the scale of those windows are not in keeping with the overall design of the house. In fact, I think it detracts from the historic side of the house. And if you're trying to mimic the original design, I think that's just generally a no-no. An addition is not supposed to mimic or be a caricature of the original house. Plus, aside from the light pollution issue, which I seriously believe is an issue as well. But the size and scale is just out of sync.
This is the addition, this side of the house.
Yeah.
This is the
I know.
the
Right.
And
newer
I
part of
don't
the
believe I
house.
said the word mimic.
Right.
It was in play with what has been done on the other.
Right. And so, again, let me reiterate what I said, that we recognize that there were additions. And at the time that the board approved the refenestration of the house, it was specifically done to keep in character to the original house and to maintain as much as possible the Tudor style. What you are proposing and what I disapprove of is the reduction or diminution, if there's such a word, of the Tudor style by putting in a wall of French doors, and then to make matters worse, it creates more light pollution onto the beach. It creates a more modern-looking house, and you may say that's traditional fenestration, but to me, when I look at the rendering on top, which has timber and stucco, I believe, or
It's
brick, but there's timber there, and now timber is being replaced by glass.
These little windows seem rather unfortunate, don't you think, for a
No.
family room?
No, I
No?
don't.
Okay.
Can I ask, no, what,
I think,
just so I'm hearing you right, are you saying that you would like to see
No, what I,
French doors
yes, I'm
maybe
sorry.
a little narrow, and then have a little more brick and wood in it, so is that what we're talking about? That's what you
No,
just-
I'm saying I can't design your windows. I'm not going to design your house. I have one of two things to do. I can either vote to approve or vote to deny, and my vote is to deny. So that means that I'm more inclined to stick with your original design and not make any changes. Because that's where we were 3 years ago.
Again, I wasn't
I
involved
know.
in that.
Neither
So,
was
no, I'm not blaming you. I'm not going to kill the messenger.
Because
So I-
But
honestly,
I'm
when
trying to
they
be,
make
I'm trying to be consistent
Right.
with the decision that was rendered a few years ago after a great deal of attention was paid and a historic consultant was out on the property, and it was all agreed at that time to maintain the Tudor character of the house.
Over 9 months. It was reviewed for 9 months by the board.
At that time, yeah.
okay.
We can certainly take a look at it and look at the proportions, and maybe there's an alternate proposal we can look at.
Okay.
Can I ask with
Sure.
regard to the overhang, is the board okay with that?
I'm not sure.
It's extending the roof line?
Yeah. This is on the north side of the house. It's tucked into a little alcove, not even visible from the motor court as you're sitting there.
And that's in the historic part of the home with the,
1990.
Right. I'd have to I'd have to do the same thing we did 3 years ago, which is to actually walk the property in that case. Because we did walk the entire property, even though the request for fenestration was on the north-facing side and the south-facing side.
It's right in this corner right here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just extending.
I think to Jeff's point, it's probably something we'd want to see.
That's fine. That's fine. We
Um,
had this in, actually, what's hard is that we were one of the projects that was bumped a month ago. So we had to renotice and email, went
Yeah.
back,
Yeah.
and so we feel like
Yeah.
we've lost them, so,
Yeah.
with the board, and then we have Tom here.
Okay, so let's go next to Tom. Please
Thank you.
introduce yourself.
Thank you. When I first looked at that, my name is Tom Edmonds. I'm the director of the Southampton History Museum. And Melissa asked me to look at this. And what I went back to was the spirit of Tudor and English country houses, which this is a reflection of. Waldoon Manor is a significant landmark in Southampton. And the owners, Debbie and Glenn August, have been very generous in showing their house. They've opened up their house to the Southampton History Museum for a fundraiser where people could pay a fee to come and look at the house, and they're going to do it again. So
what does this have to do with?
I'm supporting, first of all, the August family because they're very meticulous.
That's not an issue here.
Okay. The Tudor spirit. I specifically admired the apron over the entrance because to me, that's true to the Tudor spirit, which was very common in England, English country houses from that period. So the addition of that delighted me when I looked at it. And then I just want to make the point that I just want to make the point that in the Tudor of spirit architecture, there's change involved. There's French windows. There's Scottish glass. There's all kind of influences in England for Tudor style. Now that's different to what you were talking about, the original intent of the 1920s structure. But to me, it looked very Tudor, and I just admired the work. And I admired the sponsors. I know you don't want me to say that.
We met the sponsors when we went through the windows. They're very nice
Okay,
people.
good.
I
All right.
admire them a lot.
So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments from the public? Any hands in the back? Okay. So I think two things. I think you should probably take the comments of the board, because I think what you're finding is we're finding that presentation of windows not agreeable to the house, and you don't have the votes to get that. And we should probably come and look at the eave situation, right? And then we can go from there before the next meeting. So I hear you asking for an adjournment.
Yes, I am.
Okay. So I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 16 Gin Lane. Do I have a second?
To May 8th?
To May 8th.
May.
All in favor? I do have an offer for you. On the day of the hurricane, I
Which
walked the
one?
beach on the October 30, 2012, and I have a whole series of pictures of this house and all the rocks that are underneath it because they were fully exposed. So if you'll email me, I'll send them to you. I have
Oh,
like,
no, I
have like
had
8
my
of them.
office handled and
Yeah.
put the,
But I
the rock, we
literally
fixed
had
the rock
them.
revetment and steel, there's, I
Yeah.
think, 2 steel revetments and 2 rock revetments in front of the house.
Should you ever want them, I have them.
The water went up, it ran, and went right through the
Yeah.
house.
Yep, yep.
Very familiar.
All right.
Thanks,
Thank you.
guys.
I'm happy
Take
to
care.
share them
See
should
you.
they ever be a
Bye-bye.
benefit. All right.
Do you want to call 200 First Neck again?
Yeah. Third call for 200 First Neck, 2-car garage.
Oh, wait, did we do, oh, you're right, I'm sorry, you're right. Now I'm right.
200 First Neck. Third time is a charm.
Okay,
All right. So now, hang on.
now you go, I think we're
I
down.
believe we're down now to 92 Cooper's Neck, is that correct?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. Next application is 92 Cooper's Neck Lane for modification of existing approval for demolition of existing garage and construction of a new attached garage. Is the applicant here? And are the affidavits in order?
Yes.
Melissa Dedovich, Peconic Environmental Associates. I'm here on behalf of 92 CNL LLC. I'm here with Tom Kligerman and his associate Yi to present the project. I think
Just be
you-
careful of the mic,
Yeah,
please.
I missed the mic being on the other side of the table.
There's actually one in the center.
It's there so we can hear
There's one in the middle,
people.
too?
No, it's
It's just
just
right
right there.
there.
Yeah.
And as you may remember, we were here, I think a little over than a year ago about the house. And we were here recently, I think over the winter, about accessory structures. And now we're here to discuss some minor modifications we're making to the current house.
So my name is Tom Kligerman. I'm the architect from the firm designing this. Just to remind the board, it's about a 4.6 acre property. This is Cooper's Neck Lane. The house is back about 200 feet from the road. This part here is the original part of the house. There's an original barn, and the connector to it is new, and this wing here, the garage, is new. So, we have a comparison here. We have made a bunch of alterations, minor ones, to the house as it's developed. Above is the what was approved by the board about a year ago, and the areas circled in green are the things that have changed. So if I just go from the north end across, the dormers, this dormer here is now 2 windows wide instead of 3. We've lowered this door here, which is tucked back in this opening. Again, this is all the new addition.
Just so I'm clear, that's part of the new addition, right?
Yeah, the new addition starts here.
Right.
This is all new. So the changes that I've described so far are the new addition. In the middle, we've changed the lights in these upper windows here. It was 8 over 1. It's now, like all the others below, 6 over 1. All these windows were new windows put in the 1980s. Anything we've replaced on this is new windows. Over here, we have.
Why did you originally have 8s instead of 6s?
It was what was in there. They were old windows and we replaced with new windows. And we just made it more regular to the.
And do we have any historic reference of going back further to understand maybe what was
We have
original?
Joel Snodgrass, he'll be addressing the questions after Tom's presentation.
Thank you.
We've made a modification to the entrance here on the side of the building facing south, which I have another elevation for in a minute. We have made some minor revisions to this pedimented entrance into this connector, which goes from the original house, which ends here, to the original barn, which is here. We put some skylights into this connector. Again, this is all new construction here. And the barn, we're asking to add a chimney, but the clients would like to put a fireplace into this room. You can see the chimney right there. And then in some of these windows here, which were not original, these are new windows, we've gone to, instead of 4 lights, we've made it 6 lights, just a smaller scale, more in keeping with the original windows on this building. There are some of the windows here are the original windows. I'll show you in a second.
Okay.
So, Tom, just, and this isn't a comment, but just for clarification, so I'm confused. The original house had 8 over 1s, or 6s over 1s, or you replaced them without approval? I'm sort of lost.
Yeah, we have replaced
Yes to
them.
what?
Yes, we have replaced them without approval. We are coming to you to show it, to update you.
So wait, you told, now I'm getting flustered. So this house, which like the previous one, went through months and months of review. You're saying that without approval, you replaced windows, and now you're asking us to approve windows that you replaced illegally? Is that, help me out with the logic here.
I guess that's, yes, I guess you could say that.
Then, to me, there's no discussion. But,
Well,
you know.
They can apply for what they want to apply
They can
for.
apply, but they should also be aware that in the historic district, if you build something against plan, you are subject to replacing them as is. But we'll hear from your side, but I just want that to be clear.
Mhm.
And I don't know how you, knowing what you do know about this process, would do that.
Well,
We'll leave it at that.
I-
Maybe I'm wrong, and if I'm wrong, I apologize.
Well, I mean, I don't think either of these men were replacing the windows.
Tom just said he replaced windows illegally.
All right, let's
Not make it
continue
personal.
on for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't.
If you
But
misspoke,
negatives
then
for
I
me.
apologize.
Well, I'm responding to your question respectfully.
So someone replaced those windows
Yeah.
illegally.
Yes. Yes.
Basically,
And
the
there was
windows
no
that were
oversight on the part of
basically,
the
the windows
village.
that were ordered were not the same as the windows that were originally
Yeah,
approved.
yes.
They have arrived and they're in the house, and now you're asking us to approve them.
I mean,
Okay.
the original windows that were there in the house were all replaced, and that's what was in their our first application actually we were approved in one night. We went we had a whole presentation. We have an open building permit. Nothing's been closed. So that's why we're here to replace, that's why
understand.
we're here, so that's,
I
nobody's
understand.
trying to pull anything.
Okay.
Okay.
I
We
understand.
come here in the best of the
Yes,
experience.
okay. All right.
Should
So-
I keep going around the house, or what would you?
Yes, you should keep going around the house. I have a question, though. The
Yeah.
door, what is the barn on the right-hand side?
This is the one.
And what are the changes to the dormer?
Again, these were windows, I think, from the 80s. They were not in great shape. We replaced them with some smaller light windows.
So the window openings didn't change, just the number of panes?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, there are other windows we've replaced in the house. Some of the windows that were original were falling apart. We are replacing them exactly the way they were. There was some trim that's fallen apart. We are copying the historic stuff, so we're not changing that too.
Okay.
This is the side away from the street. This is the original presentation. I'd say ditto on the dormer here, and on these windows here, we've added some lights to them. Smaller divisions, smaller lights. Here, we have this window here, there's a bedroom here. We have replaced these windows because it's not legal, they're too small for egress, so we made them slightly larger. We've gone from double hungs to casements, but the number of lights is similar. Smaller lights in this dormer here in the back of the house. We have made in here, this was a screen porch with big windows. We've put double hung windows in this classy porch on the back of the house. And we've added a window in the new addition. By the way, this is all new, everything you see here. We have added a window here where there wasn't one before. And then this piece here had a round window in it. We've made this little addition smaller, and it's now an outdoor shower. There's a louvered screen here.
Now, is this work that is the outdoor shower and the change in that window work that's also already been done?
Yes, it's been framed, but the screen is in it.
Okay.
This is looking at the north side of the house. This is the garage end. This is the little building we just discussed, which used to be a long building like this. We've shortened the roof. Connecting this building to the house is now a flat roof, and there's an open shower here, so that's also lower. So the volume of this is smaller, and the door is now an arched top door instead of a square door.
Is that proposed or is that already done?
It's fine.
Great.
Yep.
Keep going. We're just adding them up. Keep going.
The other thing we've done is we've changed the shutters. The shutters on the house were replaced probably in the 80s also. They were flat panels. We have not ordered these yet, but they're louvered shutters, which would have been more in keeping with the house release in 98.
Okay.
And then on the last side, this was a pair of French doors with shutters. We put a pediment covering over it, facing south. And then
And that pediment, that's part of the original house?
it's on the original house, but I don't know if it was original to the house or not. There was just a door here.
Okay.
I think this was all new. There were major renovations to the house. It was hard to know. Joel could probably comment on that. And then here we just changed the fenestration in this end of the barn on this new door. This is the existing historically this is tree left. And in the distance, this is what was a screen porch is now glazed.
So, the fenestration you changed on the door was original to the barn?
No, it wasn't. This was all new. This was the original windows here, and those we left.
And what about the door below it?
The door was a new door that we've just modified. It
So-
had a clear story over it. We made it just a pair of doors.
And was
Not a
it,
clear story, but a transom.
was the transom, do we have evidence that the original door had a transom over it?
I don't know. We have evidence on that.
No.
Okay,
So we don't know.
it's a whole lot of we don't know.
Should I-
Okay.
Should I make comments now or wait?
Well, is that all, the full extent of the changes?
That's the changes in the outside of the house. The other thing is we had originally dark green shutters. We didn't have a color. We actually would like to make them dark blue, and we have a color sample of that for you.
Okay.
And then I have here also just a rendering of the house in color, showing the dark blue shutters. We haven't changed the color of the shingles or the trim or anything like that.
Okay.
And then just a watercolor of the house from the driveway. Go by.
Okay. Go.
Okay, Joel Snodgrass, Steward Preservation Services. So I guess my job is to convince you that we were trying to do the right thing. As Melissa had said, the point of this is not.
We're trying to do the right thing would have been coming here before it was framed and built. Go ahead.
I
And
think we
what-
all understand.
Was there a
that.
reason this wasn't brought up in January when you were before the board?
Well, I actually wasn't part of that last presentation, so I can't speak to that.
But you
I
were.
did, I just want to make sure you all received the report that was submitted of mine.
We did.
Of March 14th. So I was trying to, what I've brought is the attachments in the back of that report, so this is not a new submission, and I brought them so I could illustrate it, which really does speak to a lot of what Tom was referring to in terms of where the references were for what we have done. I was not part of the earlier presentation, so I can't speak to that.
I'd like to address the chair and council. I think this is a little backwards. I was going to use a more, well, euphemism. That's not quite so euphemistic. It's not Joel's job to convince us that he was doing the right thing. There is code that speaks directly to it, and if I might, refer to it. Because I think the discussion at this point is a waste of everybody's time. I'm not saying that we won't have a discussion forward, but there's specifics to the code. 65-9, this is in the historic district, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yes, okay. 65-9 enforcement. All work performed pursuant to a certificate of appropriateness issued under this chapter shall conform to any requirements included therein. It shall be the duty of the village building inspector to inspect periodically any such work to assure compliance. Now, whether he did or not, that's something else. In the event that he finds the work that is not being performed in accordance with the certificate of appropriateness, or upon the notification of such fact by this board, the Board of Architectural Review and Historic Preservation, and personal verification, the building inspector shall immediately issue a stop work order, which shall remain in effect until work is in compliance. No work shall be undertaken on the property as long as a stop order work is in effect. So at some point, whether it be now or in a few minutes from now, I'm going to move that we notify the building inspector that we believe a violation has taken place, and that we would request that he inspect the property, and if deems appropriate, to issue a stop work order. So now whether or not we hear from Joel or anybody else on this matter, I leave it to the chair and council.
What's your thought?
I don't think we can direct the building inspector. I think you can notify him
Well,
that
that's-
changes have been made and he
I'm
can
not
do an
directing, just
inspection.
notifying. Yep.
And that's absolutely fine, but, you know, they have a hearing tonight. They're here,
Okay.
and they're making their presentation.
Okay.
I'm not inclined to refuse to hear anybody, but that's up to the chair.
Okay. Let's get to the end. I actually agree with everything Jeff said. I may have a different opinion about how we approach the stop work order or the situation that we're in here. But it is true. I mean, what I don't understand, and I frankly don't understand, is this is not a small property, and a lot of time and attention was told us about how big it is. It's 4.5 acres, the amount of time, the amount of attention. And a very well-known architecture firm coming back to tell us they had to change a window size for egress a year and a half into the project. Egress is something I thought would have been known in the original plan. And I also think you've got a lot of high-powered, first-rate advisors going on here that would also know that in the village you don't build it and apologize. So we're in an unusual situation here because you didn't come to, I do remember the first time this came through, and it went through pretty quickly because there was a lot of good attention to detail being paid. I believe there was this may have been the house. Was there discussion about the porte cochere on this house?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, a large, because they wanted to make it wider, yes. So I just feel like I actually don't understand how we're here, given the qualifications of the people involved. I appreciate you are here now, but I actually do think that we need to adjourn this at least for a conversation with the building inspector, because right now we do have a house that's not in compliance. Whether we're changing windows from 8 or 6 to 2 is a conversation we'll have at some point, because we have to figure out if there are any historical references to know what it was. But the point is that you did not build what was approved. And especially a project this size, and that's a precedent we don't enjoy. We've had 1 or 2 of those here recently. So what I'm inclined to do is to adjourn this application pending a discussion with the building inspector and get his opinion on how he would like to continue it. That's what I'd like to do.
You're the chair.
Okay.
Can I just comment on, your attorney asked a question. I was not aware of this, Alice, when we came in front of you for the accessory structures.
Okay.
So I was made aware of this when they were being put in.
Well, that's good to know.
That being said, that's what I'm saying, so was not aware of it till I'm like, okay. We're here, we came, I think, you know, I again brought in, we're like, we have to go and face the music, what's going down, and that's what we're here for. Nobody's trying to pull anything, that, we have an open building permit, it was done. I would like the board, at least to receive some comment. When Joel was brought in and I was brought in about it, I said, Joel, what do you think? And he looked at it and he goes, actually, these are good changes. They're more historical.
That's not the point.
If I can finish, I understand. But I'm just saying, you know this team and everything, and nobody was trying to pull anything. We're here. You can do, of course, you can adjourn it and talk to Tin, that's fine. We have no problem with it. But I'm just saying, we're still gonna continue this discussion. It may be on a later date and everything, but the changes that were made to benefit the project. I don't know the whole history with what happened with the,
I actually don't doubt that you believe that the change was made to benefit the project.
Mhm.
What I find first upsetting and against code is he went ahead and made the changes.
Again,
Not you.
I know,
Those changes were
I
made-
hear
changes were made
you.
against- Changes were made in a very significant property against approved plans, without approval.
I hear
When
you.
the code is very clear.
And we've got a very full agenda.
Yeah,
so
So what I think
let's-
I'm going to do is adjourn this and let me have a conversation with Tiana, and then we'll figure out
Okay.
what our next steps are.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
So I'm going to move to accept the applicant's, the chair's request for an adjournment for 92 Cooper's Neck. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next up on the agenda is 109 Hill Street, Robert and Debbie Quigley. Are the affidavits in order?
Yes.
Great, is the applicant here? Great. You'll state your name for the record, please.
Sure. Gary Sanders, WH Light Architect, with the architects for the applicant.
Okay.
We are requesting, not a lot of architecture, but we are requesting to remove the privet hedge that's in place. I noticed on the agenda and the next one is the latch.
Yes, it's kind of arborvitae night tonight, yes.
Yeah. So this is combined, so this is the Quigley Cottage and the latch next door. So we want to remove the existing privet hedge and replace it with arborvitae. They're going to be kept as a hedge, so they'll be sheared, kept about 6 to 8 feet tall, and they are deer resistant. So the problem they're having right now is the hedges are being just ate by the deer. So we want to replace it with something that's a little bit more deer resistant. And that's the plan. The latch, there is a gate that's going to be erected. It's 4 feet tall and has an arbor. But when we took it to Tin, they said it didn't need architectural review board approval. So I'm a little curious to see why the gate was there.
show me where this gate is? Because it's interesting, because we have had, one of the units has already come to us for an approval for
No.
a pergola. No, the unit in the back, the unit in the back of this project.
That was this, so it was the 4-foot gate.
No, the units is in the very back. If you go all the way down to one of the units in the back,
Yeah, this is at the-
they were
this is
put
at
on
the
our
very
agenda
front.
for a pergola.
This is at the very front.
Yep.
So we're gonna put in a cattle grate,
You would like to put in a calibrate.
we would like to,
Okay.
and have the gate right to the side, so the pedestrians won't have to walk over the grate and come up the sidewalk to the entrance.
Can you explain that again? Where the grade is going to be?
Sure, it's at the beginning of, it's 32 feet back from the sidewalk.
Okay.
All right, and it's placed, we have to get a stop line and a stop sign for code, and it's 32 feet back to start of it.
So this is 101 Hill, not 109 Hill.
And they're
Yeah.
so 101 is the, I forget the original name of the,
I know.
the house, and then the latch is 109.
So it's,
It's essentially the same property.
Same
When-
request, okay.
So I'll let you, when you finish your presentation, I'll make a comment,
Sure.
as I seem to like to do this evening.
So,
Is that-
I mean.
Where is the
are there any-
cattle grate on here? I don't, was it on here?
On the agenda?
It's in this, it's in the submitted materials.
Okay.
Okay.
So it already has a bluestone apron, it's gonna set back from that.
Okay. So right now you have a row of privet that goes and faces Hill Street. You want to take that
Yes.
privet down and you want to replace it with arborvitae.
Yes,
A double row of arborvitae.
yes.
Okay.
And have it shaped into a hedge.
Okay.
Not just let it grow, but more
Okay.
formal.
All right. Board members. Go ahead,
Okay.
Jeff.
Thank you. So, as the longest-serving board member, it's going on, I guess, my 8th year, I seem to be the board historian. So for the benefit of my fellow board members and those in the public and those listening, so this, like a few of the other applications, had come before the board a number of years ago and had received, and the planning board and probably I think the zoning board, but at least the planning board, I'm looking to John to verify that, and there was an inordinate amount of attention paid to retaining the historic nature of these properties. We may have some issues as to whether or not that was truly done with as many condos as was built, but be that as it may, the property owners at the time, and I don't know if it's still the same group or not, had put forward their major theme was to maintain the visual and historic aspects of the village latch and the 18th century house, I believe it's 18th century house, next to it. To such a level of detail, we were talking about hardware and things of that nature. And if Zach Studenroth was still here, he would share with you. Within the historic district, landscaping, placement of buildings, and landscaping is a part of that. And there's an existing issue, as there have been with some others this evening, that certain things were done in terms of landscaping that were not approved. I dare say that the stop sign you put in at the entrance looks more like Disney Main Street and Disney. Whether it's required by code, a stop sign may be required by code. Its height, elevation, and stuff like that, I don't know. But all I know is it wasn't part of the original plan. Let's figure. Well, let's.
We're new to the project.
You know, everybody's new,
I know.
but the code exists from the 80s,
Mhm.
okay, and it's been revised. It's your obligation to know that code, whether you're new or not. It's this board's obligation to administer the code. That's all we do. Okay, now let's get to the matter at hand. So originally, there was an intent to preserve the historic nature and visage of those properties. By putting up hedges, you take that away. That was not the original intent of the original owners, nor of the approval. So that's number one. Secondly, you want to put in arborvitae. Arborvitae is not native. ask you to go down Hill Street and look. Now, there are some exceptions. In fact, there's an exception across the street, and we'll be dealing with that a little bit later tonight. But arborvitae is not generic to this district. It's used. Yes, the green giants you want to put in are a little less appealing to the deer, but that's not really our issue either. We understand it's a problem to everybody in the village, but you have an added obligation to maintain the historic nature of this property, and for those who live in the community and those who visit it to have the advantage, the privilege, to be able to look at those properties and understand what this village is about. By hiding them behind hedges, impervious hedges, 2 rows deep of a plant that isn't even generic or germane to this area, runs counter to what this board should approve and what it did approve. Secondly, or maybe it's third at this point, putting in a cattle grate. These were village houses. They're not farmhouses. If you want to put in a cattle grate, then put it behind all the buildings. You know.
I think it was a way to.
Okay, let me just
Go ahead.
finish. It's incongruous to the properties as they exist. It's incongruous to the property as they were built. It's not a farm. Do we have cattle grates in the village? Yes. They're on Fowler's Point all the way down there, and they're appropriate at that point, not on the main drag. So for all those reasons, I would not approve this, and I would also ask the building inspector to look at the signs that they currently exist to see whether they're in compliance with the original approval.
John?
I agree wholeheartedly with Jeff's comments. I think what you're requesting is essentially construction of a wall that is going to prevent any view of the public of those two of the most historic buildings in the village of Southampton. That was never the original intent, I think, of the development, and I can refer back to the plans, original landscaping plans as well. I mean, the beautiful thing about privet is that they lose their leaves for half of the year. And even in the most healthy privet, you can still have a view through the screening to see what's behind it. So I agree with Jeff that I think arborvitae it's a blight on the village of Southampton and should not be allowed to be planted on the street-facing proper property line of any home in Southampton. But that's a whole
Right.
separate issue. And as far as the cattle catcher is concerned, aside from the way it looks and its lack of use in the village of Southampton, I think it's incredibly cruel for the purpose that's intended here. I don't know if you've ever seen an animal caught in a cattle catcher, but I have, and it's not a pretty thing. I just disagree with it completely.
Let me add one more thing, and I know I speak, sorry.
Jane?
100% agree with both Jeff and John. I did a little research actually because I really was concerned about the arborvitae. It actually was not introduced to America until 1967. I was like shocked. It doesn't go in Southampton. It's just not part of our desirable character in our village. And it's a wall, again, just to say the same thing. So I'm not for it at all.
If you drive into that right now, that I remember, isn't there a series of pine trees on the right-hand side?
There are.
So you mentioned taking out the privet, but not, you're also taking out those pines.
And that those were not approved either in the
And the pines,
landscape
which are
plan.
not approved.
Not that I'm aware
But,
of.
okay, so you were gonna take out the pines as well, and where does this, and the gate goes between the,
Yeah, well, the grate was put in place to keep the deer
yeah.
out.
The grade, as far as
So-
I'm concerned, the grade is a non-starter, because
Okay.
Hill Street is the original entrance to the village. It's a historic street. One of the things we try to do as the Board of Historic Preservation is to maintain the attitude and the character of the street as people have been used to. Yes, houses change over time, but the character of the village is defined by some of its entry streets. This was a historic house, so privet would have been appropriate. And to John's point, it is thin enough that in the winter months you can see through it, and it probably would present itself as the house, if it had a hedge, would have been privet and how the house would present it. So I don't think arborvitae is, at least in this case, at all historically accurate. And the fact that even if you're going to share it off, you say 6 to 8 feet, that's a complete block of view. So suddenly, a historic structure, a thing that people enjoy driving down, they pass a Catholic church, they pass this property driving down, is suddenly obliterated from view. I just think that's wrong for this property and wrong for the character of the
Right.
village.
So what I wanted to add, because I don't want you to think that this is just for people who are pulling stuff out of the air. We're bound by the code, as I said, to administer the code. And 65(1) legislation says that the protection, enhancement, perpetuation of landmarks and historic districts are necessary to promote the economic, cultural, educational, and general welfare of the public. As Southampton has many historic, architectural, and cultural resources which constitutes its heritage, this chapter is intended, this is the historic, to protect and enhance landmarks and historic districts. So we are operating with that in mind.
So I think you don't have the votes for this. So are you asking for a vote, or are you asking us to adjourn?
I think we would adjourn it and talk to our clients and find out what they want to do.
And the one question I do have for you is, that is a gravel driveway that goes all the way to the apron, right? Is there an asphalt that heads up to the apron
Up here,
Yeah.
at the beginning?
currently?
It's Belgian block back from the
From the street,
from
down the
from
apron,
the
yeah.
street, and then back from 7 feet back from the sidewalk
Is what?
is Belgian block.
Okay, and after the Belgian block
And
is,
it's stone,
okay.
crushed stone.
Because in the crazy thing about your attended stop sign is, when I was driving around, you did the same thing. You sprayed it with white paint on stone to define your parking spaces. So when any car has gone to park, they're already missing. So if you spray paint gravel, you have a very short life period for people to understand that. That's what's actually required. So I think you may want to think about that as well. And then if you're going to come back with another plan, then I think the plan should be accurate, because what is on your plan right now doesn't show, and it talked about removal of arborvitae, but it did not talk about removal of other, although they were not originally approved, by the way. Your application also didn't talk about removal of those trees, the pine trees,
And
if you're in fact taking them.
Yes, we weren't aware that they needed to be removed as well. So,
Okay.
well, we'll find out.
Well,
And
if the ground plan you're showing me shows a bunch of arborvitae going to a walkway where there is currently pine, you would have to tell us what's changing from existing, and that is existing.
Or from the original plan. I mean, I would take it one step further. that
We should go back to the original, yeah.
This should be remedied in the new submission, is reverting back to the plan that was approved for the landscaping, not what's currently in place. That should be remedied as a part of this.
And to the point to me of the cattle grade, it's not at all architecturally harmonious with Hill Street. So, so I'm going to move that we
Public
accept-
comment?
Oh, I'm sorry, public comment? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Mormon. I'm the property manager for The Latch. I would like to point out that Whitefield has a cattle grate and a pedestrian gate for safety, and they're right next door to The Latch. In terms of the stop sign, they were installed by Beechwood. We're in a transition period where the HOA is taking over and asking for these things, and I just want to be clear that the HOA is not Beechwood at all. We have our own difficulties. The HOA does not want those stop signs. We are planning on changing them to something lower and more appropriate. It looks like Legoland. So I know that we'll have to come back, adjourn and come back, but I would plead for reconsideration on the cattle grate due to the fact that Whitefield has the cattle grate and the pedestrian gate.
Might I offer this? Something to think about. We live with deer, and we also live with hedges, and there are solutions to at least attempting to keep the deer away, and that's whether it's biweekly or monthly spraying. It is effective. Is it 100% effective? No. But I only offer that not as a board member, but just as somebody who lives in the village who also has hedges, and a lot of people have hedges.
Can you
and
spell your
privet.
last name for me?
It's Morman, Mohrman.
Thank you.
Do we have any other comments from the public? Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to move then that we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 109 Hill Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Second
Aye.
that one.
Okay. The next up is
Now, was it the same?
6 and,
group, or-
6 and 5 were the same application?
Well, no, they're.
Okay,
Now we
number
have
6 is,
101.
okay, is 101 Hill Street, new pedestrian gate and replacement of existing privet hedges with new green giant arborvitae hedges. Are the affidavits in order?
Yes.
That was the same
But
group, though.
I think that was the architect who just left.
Okay.
Okay.
So we can just.
So do we want to say, well, or,
Properties and different owners.
okay, so now,
Hello.
Hi, the complication of this project is that, when Beechwood built the property,
Yeah.
Terry Cottage was part of that
Right.
lot. They decided not to become part of the HOA, and then we, as neighbors, asked them in kind, if we would take care of the bushes and all of that, if they would allow us to plant. So that's why there are 2 applications, because they're 2 separate properties.
Okay.
Even though one landscaper, one architect kind of tied it all up. I
So
don't think he understood that
It's
Okay.
two separate, yeah.
he was going to be heard again.
Okay.
So
well,
my
he-
apologies.
He was about to ask us for arborvitae on the same property, so he probably.
Yes,
understood.
it's all
I think he
part
probably
of the
understood
same
how that was gonna go.
project, even though it's 2 separate addresses, we
Okay.
were treating it as one project, so.
So-
Thank you for the
That's my
explanation.
apology.
Council, what do we do here? Do we?
Adjourn.
Okay, I move we accept the applicant's request for adjourn for 101 Hill Street for a new pedestrian gate and replace with existing privet hedges. Do I have a second?
second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, next up is 1 First Neck Lane for removal and replacement of arborvitae. The May Company LLC, AKA The Irving, is the applicant here. And do we have affidavits?
I don't have affidavits
Yes,
on
right here.
this. Thanks.
My name's Eric Latchik. I work for
Thank you.
Southampton Property
I have to
Care.
ask a question here, and are the affidavits in order?
Yes.
Okay. Do me a favor,
That was
just
very
go to the podium.
suspenseful.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, take your
we're not going anywhere.
Yeah, not for a while.
Introduce yourself,
that.
please.
I'm sorry?
Introduce yourself.
My name's Eric Latchik. I work for Southampton Property Care. I'm the
Okay.
agent for the applicant, and this is Emmett Shine. He's the owner of Southampton Property Care.
Emmett.
Yeah, so we're asking for arborvitae also, across the street at the Irving.
But-
shoot the messenger.
No, no, no. No,
but
but
it's-
yours, in fairness, I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun.
You are.
You have existing.
Arborvitae.
Arborvitae.
Yeah.
Correct. It's a
So
remove
I
and
just,
replace.
that's for your benefit, folks.
It's a remove and replace, approximately 440 feet. I don't know if you've seen the arborvitae on First Neck. It's terrible. It doesn't look good at all. And we want to replace it with something that's a little more deer resistant. You know? So I think.
Privet's pretty deer resistant, that.
Yeah, that as well. But it's just this, we're not altering anything. It's just remove and replace with nicer stuff.
As I understand it, you're replacing in kind, because you're pulling out ugly arborvitae and putting
Yes,
in
yes.
new
But
arborvitae.
it's
Yes.
a different kind of arborvitae, because I think where you've planted is a different kind of arborvitae,
Yes,
which
is
is
it-
not as deer resistant, and so you're planning on doing the green giant?
Yeah, pretty much. Yes. Yes.
And are you planning to share them and maintain them as a hedge?
Absolutely.
At what height?
Well, we're getting them at 8 to 10 feet. The ones that are there now are approximately 10 to 12 feet. So
Right.
we wouldn't go over that.
So the village defines walls as 8 feet. So to the extent that you're creating a wall, a green wall, it shouldn't really be more than 8 feet. And I think that's how the village building department assumes it to be.
There's no definition in the village code of what constitutes a fence.
What's the constitution?
I haven't heard Tin say that arborvitae is a wall.
And there is nothing in the code that defines what a fence is, so if it's a
All
solid.
right, so,
Moving
to the
right
issue at
along.
hand, board members, how do we feel about, to me, okay, here's what I'm gonna say, because when I was driving down, all those arborvitae are also under very dense trees overhead. So what I was also seeing is like some of the privet, probably the privet in that area has a hard time existing because it's under such dense shade, which looks like part of the problem that you had, which is why you're going for arborvitae to arborvitae?
Yes.
I'm asking, is that why?
Well, yes, pretty much, yes.
Okay. Because you know we prefer privet, but this is a
No,
replace
I
situation.
understand. I
Okay.
do now.
If they could be maintained.
Learned a lot.
If they could be maintained at an 8-foot height, I have no issue with it, because they currently exist.
Right, thank you.
Joyce?
Jane?
James, sorry.
I do personally have a problem with them. I think they're just a wall, and I don't like them at all, so that's just I would prefer privet.
Are there alternatives, privet, laurel? And I know deer eat laurel.
I've brought up different alternatives to the members at the HOA, and they prefer arborvitae. But we've gone through several different plants, different species, and they prefer the one that is being presented.
Laurel is slow growing, but it does get to be 6 to 8 feet naturally.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of different things we could do. The laurel's a little bit, a little more open, not as dense, so that could be an issue too. And it's more wide. I don't think you get that feel that you're looking for.
I think they want to continue the same feel
All right,
that
so
they had.
here's where I'm coming down on this. To me, I'm not 100% sure, and I'm probably wrong, why it's in front of us, because to me, this is a replace in kind.
Yeah.
So this is repair and replace in kind.
Yes.
This is not new planting, this is
No.
replace in
Right.
kind. So, yes, there are other plants we might prefer, but to me, you're taking out arborvitae, you're putting arborvitae in. So I think if you're replacing, and there's no actually visual change other than better looking arborvitae, because it is pretty crappy arborvitae.
Pretty much.
In this particular case, I don't personally have a problem with it.
Yeah, I think, again, for me, it's the 8-foot height that, because there are some arborvitae in town on street-facing property lines that are allowed to grow like
Grow.
fortress walls.
Yeah.
Right, and as you see, we maintain.
Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
40 years old, so the ones that we maintain now, the best we can.
Oh, we know they haven't been there much longer than 1963.
67.
67, okay, so I'm going to
Big
move,
grandfather.
I'm going to move, we accept the application.
This is in the
I'm sorry,
historic district.
I'm sorry, I'm going to, let's get this wrong. Submit this for written
What, do we get
decision
public
for, do we
comment?
get public comment?
No.
Any comments from the public? Nobody has an opinion on arborvitae. Okay, so I'm gonna move, we submit a written decision to approve One First Lake remove and replace arborvitae. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, so that takes us to public hearings, non-historic.
Landmark.
Oh, landmark, you want to move landmark, right, thank you. Okay, so the first discussion is the landmark discussion for, go backwards on my agenda, for 209 Windmill Lane, the Bethel Church. Anyone here? No. So here's what I'm thinking. This has been on the agenda a long time. It is in the historic district, so it's already protected. But I feel like they've been notified. I'm going to I almost feel like we should take it off the agenda and hold it aside until such time as we get input from them versus leaving it on the agenda.
How many times have they been notified and asked for input?
Well, I'm not sure beyond the original notification. So I think in fairness to them, and I think, yeah, in fairness to them, I would, unless council advises to the contrary, I think Mark's suggestion is a good one. Let us revisit the situation with them. It is within the historic district. They're subject to all the requirements to maintain the property, which was a concern. But that's a building department. I mean, if we're concerned about.
Well, the property's not being maintained, first of all.
Well,
That's a code issue.
Right, but if we're concerned,
To make that
we
official.
can notify the building department.
And to be clear, one of the reasons that the board identified this and wanted to landmark it is if you have a landmark structure, there's certain federal funds that are available to landmark structures to help with the renovation and rebuild of a landmark structure, which is one of the things that we were considering in the original discussion with it. But at this point, I'm just going to move that we remove it and set it aside from the agenda. So do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next for.
Opposed.
Opposed. Sorry, John. And the next for landmark review is 54 Wall Street.
Walnut.
Walnut Street. Is the applicant here?
Well, this is the board's motion, so I know that we have received a report on this. And my understanding is that the notice was done for the meeting that was canceled. I don't think it was done properly for this meeting. But based on this report, I don't know what action the board is going to take. So maybe the board should talk about that.
Okay. Since the last meeting on this, just so you guys know, Zach came on board. We had at the period of time we were under original discussion with this, we had an early historian's report. And then after Zach came on as our historic consultant, I asked, after expensive research that we've gotten a lot of input from John, I asked Zach to go take a look at it and give us a subsequent report, which he did, which has been distributed. This is a situation where the house on Walnut it's an old house, and we all have strong feelings for it, but it does not sit in a historic district, and the question comes, does it actually stand up to the standards it would need to stand up to landmark consideration? And according to the report we got back, the advice we got from Zach is that he questions whether it does or would stand up to landmark status. I think we did the right thing by getting another opinion as an independent from the board. But I'm going to read the last paragraph of Zach's report, which is, decide its issues of integrity, the house is not otherwise exceptional for its architectural style or detailing and does not meet the criteria for individual landmark designations prescribed by village code, embodies the distinguished characteristics of an architectural style. With the exception of the turn porches and brackets, which are Victorian appearance, the plain box-like masking and fenestration lack any specific reference to a style or construction period when compared with the other structures in the village that represent the distinct evolution in Victoria styles from French Second Empire and High Victorian Gothic to Eastlake, Stick, and Queen Anne. The house at 54 Walnut Street is lacking in style. While the house would contribute to the overall ambient and streetscape of a neighborhood, including the historic district, the building does not possess individual merit for designation. And that's Zach's opinion coming back to it. So the last time I went through this, I thought it wise to get a second opinion. I thought it wise to put it in front of my fellow board members. But last time we went through this, I was this dissenting vote because I questioned whether it, and I know it was 3-1, whether we felt this met the standard for landmarking. So for discussion, how do we feel at this moment?
Can I just see, there's just one line that sticks. And this is to me one of the major considerations. While the house would contribute to the overall ambience and streetscape of a neighborhood included in the historic district, but the building itself does not possess individual merit for designation as a historic landmark. So it's like there's a broader issue of properties, essentially the wholesale destruction of old homes in the village of Southampton using this type of strategy. So you pick them off one by one, and over the course of time, you have nothing left that constitutes the fabric of a historic district. That's my biggest issue. But whether this house constitutes a historic landmark, I mean, that's obviously debatable.
I think what we find is we have certain areas in the village that are not currently designated as historic districts in which historic houses live. And I think that's another discussion for another time between the board and with the trustees. But for this individual property, the choices we are given right now are to landmark the property, and if we rescind our application to landmark the property, it automatically signals the demolition permit from the building department. That's our choice. But given the building's resources and where we are, I don't think we're at a place where it would actually be landmarked. And I think that we should take that into consideration. So my inclination is to move to rescind the application to landmark 54 Wall Street.
Walnut.
Walnut Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
I didn't get to comment.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just want to comment that I like what John is saying, where just the word streetscape is really talking about, yeah, that's part of the character of the village, and we are doing exactly what John said. We're picking them off one by one. So I just hope that in the future, and I'm just saying this for the record, that we hurry up and get more historic districts that are aligned with our Main Street and Joe Plain.
And we can look at the
There will be
weird
nothing
gerrymandering-
left of
Look at the
Southampton
weird
Village.
gerrymandering of some of our historic districts.
Yeah, and in that regard, perhaps a stronger definition of what constitutes the character of a neighborhood. Because given Zach's report, it's difficult to make the case for an individual landmarking on this. It's a shame to lose not the whole house, but certain portions. And I've said from the beginning, and the applicant and his representative, John, is aware of this. I mean, to the extent that there's some way of preserving the facade or replicating it in some way. I know sometimes replicating is a dirty word among historians. I don't think it's such a bad thing. But to the extent that the design that will be forthcoming, and I don't believe we saw a design previously.
It's not required, so.
No, I know, and that's something forward. So anyway, I would just hope that the applicant is aware of the board's mixed feelings about this, and that in their design, that they will do as much as they can to preserve the character of that street, and the board will most likely take that into consideration as they look at those designs in the context of that street.
Do we need public comment?
No, because this isn't a public hearing as of now. So if you wanted to continue with that vote, that would be fine.
Is there gonna be a vote
Otherwise,
without comment? I'm just trying to make sure. I'm just trying to understand.
yeah, so I don't think that this was properly noticed. So I know.
The second time. No, the third time. Yeah.
Well, it was noticed and then the meeting was canceled. It was noticed for the 27th.
Nothing to do with
So what, what the board can do tonight is decline to landmark. What they cannot do tonight is landmark.
Okay,
And,
so have the vote,
and
I
the vote was to decline to landmark.
Well,
And,
as long
and
as-
and I think we need to hear it.
Okay, so I'm gonna move that we terminate the landmark, how do you want me to word this?
Landmark designation
The
process.
landmark designation for 54 Wall Street. Do I have a second?
Walnut Street.
Walnut Street. Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
I'm not opposing.
Okay.
Right, do you mind?
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, for the record, Wall Street and Walnut do.
I know. I know, and I like Wall Street. We had that whole house on Wall Street. Okay, where am I?
Okay, so
I think
let's see,
we're back
where
at-
are you?
I think we're at public hearing non-historic. Okay. All right, so now we're up to public hearing non-historic carryover matters. First up is 70 Hill Street, that is adjourned to,
Were you spending time with your portfolio today, or what?
No, we traveled back all day yesterday, so I was on 2 hours sleep.
Oh.
Next is 71 Hill Street, which is adjourned to May 8th, but I am going to make a request. At this point, I would request that the applicant consider pulling it, because when it comes back to us, it's going to have to be renoticed.
This is,
71 Hill Street, the hotel, because it's a new
sure,
architect.
yeah. I mean, we could.
So I would
we can
just,
do that.
I would
That's
actually
fine.
request if you would.
Obviously without prejudice or whatever.
Yeah,
Well,
but
that's,
just,
that's fine.
the board would request that it be renoticed, because I have a feeling you've got a new architect,
That's
whatever's
fine.
going
Makes
on
a lot of
has
sense.
nothing what is noticed in the past.
I have to go back to the trustees
Yeah.
first anyway, because they have
Okay.
special exception approval. There's going
Right.
to changes and
Because
modifications.
I feel like
that's
it's
fine.
gonna keep being adjourned and adjourned and adjourned for.
Yeah, you're right.
So
That's fine.
if you wanna think about that, that'd be great.
Think about after the 8th,
No, think about taking it off the agenda.
tonight?
No, I think you have to notify the building department.
If you want to do it tonight, we can do it tonight.
No, I want to speak to the client first, obviously, but so leave it on for the 8th, but I'm going to tell
Because if
them
it
how
comes
you
to us on
feel,
the,
and
yeah, if it comes to us on the
understand
8th, I'm just gonna request that it be renoticed.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, to be fair to the neighbors.
Sounds good. Okay.
It'll save us some time.
So I'll get back to you.
Okay,
before the 8th.
thank you. Okay, that brings us up to number 2, which is number 64 Down East Lane, 495 Ox Pasture Road.
They requested an adjournment to the 8th.
Okay, so I move we accept the request for adjournment to the 8th for 495 Ox Pasture Road. Do I have a second?
Second. Oh,
All in
John,
favor?
John beat me. Aye.
Aye. Okay. So then we're up to 60 Pulaski
Raise it
Street.
as your hand raised.
Yeah, we're not hearing it. The applicant wants to adjourn it.
The applicant wanted to adjourn it, so we're not hearing it.
Which one?
495 Ox Pasture. So next up then is
Oh, right.
60 Pulaski Street for the demolition of existing single-story residence, construction of a 2-story residence and garage. 60 Pulaski is the applicant here.
Applicant is here.
Yep, nice to see you.
Good to
Introduce
see you,
yourself,
sir.
please.
Yes, nice to see you here.
And I didn't say Wall Street, I'm just.
I was about to say, that would have been third time's the charm, so.
Okay.
See you. Good night.
Okay.
If you guys get settled.
You've been here so many times, you've missed us.
What's that?
You've been here so many times that you missed us.
And I did. Every time I look at Gregory, I think of myself, as the other way over here. Yeah, good evening, board members. My name is Greg Pitchler, and I'm with Coral Brothers, and alongside our architectural team behind me as a cheering crowd. This is our 4th meeting in this collegial process, we call it, and we funnel it down to one item of note, as Mark stated from the last meeting. I'll keep this as short as we can to do. Just a few items, but before I go into the changes we made showing the dimensions, the renderings, and elevations, I'd like to submit letters of support from the adjacent neighbors. They're on the Dropbox as well, but I can also give these to you if you want.
Sure.
The neighbor to which side?
59 Pulaski across there.
Okay.
One side.
59 Pulaski across the street.
So they're across the street?
Yes, yes,
So
sir.
they're not, you said adjacent?
Okay,
Adjacent? It's
across the
adjacent.
street.
Across the street is-
I apologize to
Affected.
clarify.
Right.
Affected.
Affected neighbor. I think the two most important things that we want to focus on is that we have, I think as you've seen as our process, that we have wholeheartedly listened
You have.
with a open heart and with respect to the balance and harmony to the village ethos and our neighbors. And I think it's important, we have reduced the balcony from its first iteration of 223 square feet to the second iteration, which was 164 square feet, to its current iteration, which is 117 square feet. So that's that's a reduction of 48%.
From the first go-round.
From the first. 29% from its second. So we have done that. We've also looked at existing, qualitative points around and the quantitative points in the area here, and I'll show you this. And these are some, if you can see that, I know with the eyesight and the change of lens on Mark, hopefully you can see it, is that on the first column is is house square footage of some adjacent properties within a half a mile. The balcony square footage on second floor balconies, the acreage amount, and also the balcony square footage in relation to the house square footage. And the green numbers are the lowest numbers in each category, the red numbers being the highest. One of the things I want to point out is that our current balcony it's 4.42% in relation to the actual overall square footage. So it is by numbers wise, a very small.
Of the house or the property?
Of the house.
Of the house.
Of the house. The acreage wise, yeah, you can see it's just based off of the house square footage. And we've seen, as you can see, other ones, 170 Meeting House is one of them, but what I want to point out is that these are ones that are actually current second floor balconies, and 3 of these are in our current construction right now and have been approved, and then these other ones are really adjacent. Like, for example, this one here is 25 feet by 8 feet in depth. There's also
And the address
this
on
one.
that?
Yeah.
That's on Meeting House Lane.
That is not. That is on Bellows Lane.
All right.
And that, actually, if you can see here, this actually looks out into a cul-de-sac, into other front houses there. As you can see, just through even the screen door, you can see 2 of them right there, just in relation. Yeah.
I thought that was a screen around the balcony.
No, that is that is a screen door, and I didn't want
Pigeon problems.
That's the inset balcony on the Civic
Okay,
House that's
got
on Bellows.
You can see two balconies here on Main Street that are adjacent to us. Even though these are larger properties, these are, you can see side-by-side balconies here. These are more closer. This one is at 82 Powell. And you can see here, this is on Elm Street. This one here I want to pay attention to, and this is 59 and 69 Hildreth adjacent to each other. You can see balcony to balcony here. And these are relatively large balconies here with open decking and very, very close to us. Same with here across the street, actually, 60 Hildreth right there with that second floor balcony. And these are direct egress situations. You can see here another one, that's 40 High Street. But it's not to be, we want to be harmonious, and every time we look at everything, we want to be involved with the neighborhood. So we don't want to be out of scope or the outliers. You never want to be the outliers, according to, was that Michael?
Okay, in the interest of time, why don't you take us to
So
what you're
I'll go you
proposing
right through here. So this is the west elevation, and I'll show you this here. The top one that you can see is the proposed one in relation to the one on the bottom is the iteration from before. So to your point, Mark, we've reduced the depth from 8 feet to 6 feet. That's a 25% reduction. We've also reduced the length by another foot here, so you can see the scale of it in this elevation. I think it really shows the weight or mass of it. I think also in the east elevation, this really highlights it with the chimney there. It blends in a lot more with that, and that's about a 70% reduction of privacy, or increase of privacy with the chimney there. And you can see the scale on the bottom that we have significantly reduced this. I think this will also show you here, we've reduced the length, and we've also removed the exterior lights, and I've reduced the height of the slatted south portion of here from 48 inches to 36 inches. Let me see if I can bring that in there. You can see the removal of the exterior lights.
So are there overhead pin lights in the socket?
There are not. We're actually going to reduce light pollution, and it's such a small balcony, there's no need for lighting on this.
Thank you.
Yes, I know that's important to John, and we listen. That's what, there's no need for lighting out there.
There's actually no need for people up there, but we'll put that
Well,
aside.
the balcony so small is actually.
I'm kidding. I'm
Yeah, I know.
kidding.
Well-
But it's actually shorter than me. So
Well, in that line,
I'll go
can you speak to the amenities that are on the balcony?
The only amenity on the balcony is a fireplace. It's a gas.
So there's a fireplace on the balcony.
There's
okay,
a fireplace.
I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that we're clear about that.
So here's the dimensions as you can see right now. From the right side was the last iteration. The left side is the current iteration. It is only 6 feet. You can see the fireplace taking up just a small scope there. And with the chimney, it does bring in the characteristics, as we've talked about 2 meetings ago, to have the brick veneer to that. What's important, really important to this is off of the primary bedroom alone. So this is only going to be accessed by the person or persons coming through there. And I know it's a very private space. And so when we say this is only meant for them, it's only meant for them. And it's just, it's a small sanctuary, and you could barely have room for a small table. So when we say this is a very small space.
Yeah, it's not what we would call a party balcony.
No, it is not a party balcony. I think you can also see the relation of the roof too, with the shingles here, to see how the roof is more visible, to give you a depth perspective of that as well. And I think it just really does blend in. I'm going to go here to see the renderings. This is important to see because twofold here is we've cohesively brought in the slatted rain screens from the pool house that hides the pool equipment, and also the outdoor shower, so it brings it all and ties it together with that. I think also on the bottom with the chimney, you can see it truly actually does blend in. And probably the most important note, these are not arborvitae. I think I think that's the key on this. And you'll see these are non-deciduous things, but it's perfect for this type of scenario. I think this aerial view gives some real perspective on the size of the house in relation to the adjacent neighbors, and to the scale of it and the balance of it. And you'll see from side pictures when I show here shortly, you won't even see the neighbor on the east side from the balcony. So I think that's also important. It's just smaller, cohesive. I think it's harmonious to the area. This is to show you the depth right here. One of the things is We think privacy goes both ways. Privacy is for the people on the sides, but also privacy for the residents of the house. It's a two-way street. And so we wanted to address it through three ways. One is access. That's a primary way, who can actually go there. Two is the materials with the side 45-degree side slide that John mentioned before. And then always as a third or fourth option is landscaping, never the primary option. So this is in a combination to make that a private thing. And then this, I want to show you, this is the existing west view. This was taken in February by me. So these are in midwinter condition, not in summer condition here. And as you can see from the existing east view, that house will not be visible from the balcony in the way it's aligned from the aerial view whatsoever. So this is, as you can see from the depth, is a 117 square foot balcony that we did reduce the depth, reduce this, and wanted to make this private for us and harmonious to the village. Thank you.
Okay. Board members?
Checked all the boxes for me.
Okay.
Thank you for listening.
I'm still troubled by the balcony, and I appreciate the efforts to reduce it, but it's still a balcony. And it's still a balcony on a property that is, what, less than 100 feet wide?
Yep.
Okay. The properties that you mentioned on Bellows and Hildreth and whatever, I would need my bike to ride there, as opposed to being adjacent. All right. And my fear is that we've been rather consistent about the issue of the concern about privacy and second floor balconies. And again, the properties you mentioned in most cases are of a much broader scale. And we've been consistent all along, and my concern is that you as a developer will come back here, and when Greg decides to build a house on Pulaski, Powell, or Pelletreau, he's going to say, well, gee, I did it here. And I know we've gone through many iterations, but at the end of the day, and it may not be a party balcony, depending on how you define a party, but it's nonetheless a gathering spot. And is there going to be a sign on the door that says only the occupants of this bedroom are allowed to come through this door? When you have a cocktail party, where do people throw their coats? Everybody throws them on the bedroom. So maybe it's a poor analogy, and you can shake your head. I'll give you that one. Okay. But the fact is, it's
I have a closet.
It's a chance to go outside. Anyway, so I'm still concerned about the balcony. You develop. It's not my business to analyze the financial return of building that balcony.
I'm not a developer. I am not a developer. I live in here. I am a builder. I'm a
right. It doesn't matter, but it doesn't really matter whether it's for the homeowner or developer.
Though. I mean, we've been very forceful with our arguments about minimizing or eliminating balconies on lots that are very narrow. The ones that we have approved have consistently been inset into the roof line where appropriate, or sheltered like this in a way that keeps the privacy and small privacy on both sides. In fact, we approved the house, what's the one on Halsey Street, 2 doors down, Joe Negri, the house, I forget what the address is. And it was the similar situation. He wanted a balcony, and we kept pushing back and back and back until we finally agreed on a louvered, privacy wall on both sides on a small Juliet type balcony. So believe me, I'm not one to favor balconies at all, period.
Really?
Yeah, that we know.
It's like, that and arborvitae. But I think, given the situation and the size and the placement, I mean, would I rather not have a balcony? Yes. Does this one really, sword to fall on? Not for me.
Right. But I think he has the choice not to.
Well, everyone has a choice not to build a house, too. Right.
I just only have one question. How close is the pool to that balcony?
The pool is over 40 feet away from the balcony, so it's not a direct access. There's actually a deck below, if you can see from the...
Right, the balcony used to extend.
Yeah, that's why I was...
So the balcony is not meant to extend, it is not.
So you can't jump off the balcony.
Yeah, that's what I was...
You cannot jump off the balcony. You couldn't even, not even off the deck, that is, of course, you cannot.
The Canadians won't go for it.
happening.
I thought you were leaving for a second.
Who's
Bad
going to
idea
demonstrate right
sometimes,
there?
but yeah.
I think also to, unless Mark, you want to continue? Or?
Yes, I would. I hear your concerns.
Yes.
But in this particular case, I think, well, first of all, as you said at the beginning, thank you for listening, because this house has gone through a whole lot of iterations to get to where we are today. And I think we're down to the fact that, down to the size of the balcony. You know, do we always love balconies? No, but I think this was appropriate for this house, and I think it's small, and I think the louvered privacy screens in the chimney actually do block it from the side neighbors. And I think the sight line from that balcony,
To the neighbor to the east.
to the neighbor to the east,
Yeah.
it would be almost minimalized. So
Yeah.
from my perspective, especially the amount of time and attention and listening that they have done for me, this is something that I don't have a problem with.
Yeah. Well, when you showed that aerial view just a second ago, and looking at the house to the east, between that and the reduction and the screening and on, yeah, you're right.
But that's important to
I'm
point
with
out.
you at that point. But and it's important to make that point because when you come back here again, it will be different.
Exactly.
And when you come back again, please, don't show us a house a half a mile away.
I'll make that deal with
Okay,
you.
Okay.
on a property quite as large, okay? Thanks.
All right, so.
Oh, public comment.
Public comment.
Public comment.
What's that?
Public comment.
Public
Yes.
comment. Okay, so I am going to move that we accept the application for 60 Pulaski Street. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
And actually, thank you.
Thanks.
Because I know this has been a longer and arduous one. And sometimes, honestly, it's the properties on the smallest piece, the projects on the
They're the most
smallest piece
important.
properties that we pay the most attention to, because neighbor issues do matter.
And you have to say,
you have been really great at listening and paying attention and responding to what we've said.
I appreciate that, grateful for that, and we do sincerely feel that this is a better product through the process. So
Great,
thank
thank
you
you.
very much.
Thank
And
you.
removing the driveway in the
Yeah.
front.
Yeah.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is 84 Fordham Road, GC Southampton LLC. Is the applicant here?
Oh.
Before we hear the applicant, there's just one thing I want to put out there. Last meeting, we had two different applications where we had strong remarks from the neighbors. And I want everyone to know that we actually encourage and appreciate remarks from the neighbors. That's why we always ask for public comment, because the public comments do matter. In the case of this project last time, we had, I think, 9 letters, and many applicants show up on the first hearing for it, and we're really appreciative of that. We had the other project we were multiple meetings in before neighbors responded. Part of that, I think, is the process by which people are noticed. And what I'd like for just a minute is Alice just to remind people what the noticing project process is, which is.
Sure. So applicants are required to give notice to all properties within 200 feet of the boundaries of the property. They are given that list by the building department, and that list is generated from a GIS system, and the addresses that it's sent to are the addresses that people have on their tax rolls. So if people don't receive the notice, then I certainly recommend that they make sure that the address they have for their tax bill is current and that they're getting it, or that the person who receives it does send it to them. And lastly, we rely on applicants giving us affidavits that they have conformed to the requirements in the code, and that's the way that we verify that. So if you genuinely think that a mailing was not sent to you, then please tell me, and then I can have a conversation with the applicant, but it kind of has to be proven. We have to agree that it wasn't actually done. I have never seen an instance where someone gave an affidavit falsely that I was aware of. That has not happened. In the cases when people questioned notice, it was that it was sent to an address that they weren't getting mail at for, a certain time of the year, or they were away, or things like that, which is unfortunate, but that's the process that we rely on.
And in other cases, sometimes some of our larger properties are owned by LLCs, and it may be mailed to an LLC or a representative. So I would just urge everyone to understand what the mailing address is, people either here tonight or people 495, everyone, to know where the notices go, because we have an obligation to do the notices, and as a homeowner, to participate, it's your obligation to actually get and know and open the mail. And that worked really well last time because we did have a lot of participation last meeting with this project. So the process does work. I would just ask everyone to understand, if you want to participate, where your mail goes, so to make sure that you get the notices that you're looking for. And with that, we will go back to my friends from 84 Fordham Road.
Hi. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you on?
Yes, hi. Jeff Flanagan, architect of record.
And Phil Watson, general contractor.
Okay.
Now I see.
Do you want to take us through your presentation?
Sure. So on our last hearing, most of the questions came about, I guess, the driveway. We did go back, Phil went back to the building department and had a talk with Tien, and we were able to reduce the driveway back down, as shown in the site plan. 20 feet wide was Tien's request, and he asked us to make it the depth 47 feet, which ends at the apron for the stoop for the side door, which is now also shown on the drawings.
Okay. You've also clipped the driveway on the next to the Finster property.
That's correct. To allow.
Is your plan now to plant double row hedges all the way down that line?
That's always been the plan.
Okay.
And it was in the ARB approval, and it's noted on these drawings.
Okay.
But I believe the one of the rows is already there currently. Correct,
It
Phil?
is.
Okay.
It is up to about where the red dot is on your plan. Okay. And the other things that were under discussion were if we wanted any other discussion about the stoop and the side door entrance, or about the change of the front door.
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay. Board members?
My big question was the placement of the stoop. I didn't quite understand the last time, but now it's very evident to me. I have no problem with the placement.
Can you go through with me again with that stoop? What's the lighting situation on that stoop?
Sure. So there, on the roof overhang, we just have one recessed down light shining down.
Okay.
It's the same type of lighting we have at the front porch.
Okay, thank you. Jane?
And are you still walking, when you go out, you don't go down, you go to the side? When you go out the door, you turn and the steps go to the driveway, is that correct?
That's correct. That's the one step there. I can show you what it looks like.
So you turn to your left and then,
Yeah, it just seemed a little tight.
are you required to have a railing at that height? Probably not. It's
below the
yeah,
requirements.
okay, just curious.
And is that fence there now?
It
No.
is not. That's
Okay.
that's being proposed.
Okay.
It's made basically for the pool.
Ah.
I have no objections.
I just have one thing that I'd like to know, and council question. I would like to stipulate the height of that privet, because you guys did put replacement privet in the back for third, but the privet you put in is about 3 feet high. So the whole object to get additional screening and privacy for the neighbors to double the hedgerow, but by putting in 3 feet high privet, which is there, the privacy is not going to increase for years. So I would like to stipulate that double row privet that you add be a minimum of 6 feet high.
Yeah, I think, we haven't actually added, we haven't doubled up any of the privet yet, but what happened
Well,
was
there's
there was
eight,
a dead
there's
section
eight
very
new
low.
plants, there's 8 new plants there on your property, so I was just there today.
Yeah, but they were put in to screen low things. We proposed 4 to 6 foot high privet double hedge.
Okay.
So anything going in.
Okay, because 4
If
feet to
you-
me
if you
still,
want-
4 feet to me still doesn't actually achieve, because this is a very small lot. And the neighbors, because they're back to, and their back patio fascia, I would just like to stipulate that that privet be a minimum of 6 feet high.
So change it to 6, there's no problem with that.
Okay?
And they're much more available now. I mean,
Yeah.
a few years ago, there were no privet because of the hurricane and replacements all over the place, so they're much more available.
Okay.
Plus, everybody's going to arborvitae now anyway.
Not everyone.
All right, any public comment? Okay, then I'm going to move that we accept the application for 84 Fordham Road with the what, pardon?
He has a hand.
He has a hand.
Can you hear and see us?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So, I'm Sherry Fenster.
I'm Jonathan Jackson, 100 Fordham Road.
Hi, we're the next door neighbors. Just in general, I mean, we're feeling that we don't want the door, which I think we had said previously. Just in terms of, it's such a narrow space there, and we're concerned about the noise and the light. I think previously the old house had 3 windows, and now there are 5. And one of those windows is gonna be replaced with the door. So we're just concerned about that. There is an electrical panel that is up against the hedge, which is new, which narrows the driveway.
Does that get taken away, or is that gonna stay there?
The electric panel is behind the pool fence in the rear yard.
No, there's an electrical panel that's to the left of the driveway.
Right.
There's a brand new H-frame. It's located basically where it says 4 to 6 foot high privet hedge double, pretty much right where that red dot is. It's tucked in behind the fence, or where the fence will be, sorry. It's right where the cursor is basically right now, and I'm not sure who's moving it, maybe Jeff is.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where that is. The fence wasn't in the previous drawings. But anyway, my point, maybe it's incorrect, is that the electrical panel is there. And there are gonna be lights, and there are gonna be steps also that narrow the driveway. So, and I'm just concerned about the noise from the door. And the parking, we're dealing with the parking, which we have always lived with when the Jordans were living there. But, you know, there's probably gonna be more cars, and I guess my wish is that people would walk around to the front door with their groceries and not go in and out that door. So for me, it's a privacy issue, it's a light issue. We're dealing with the parking, there's a new pool. And I think we had talked originally about landscape lighting versus soffit lighting, but I'm not really sure if that is actually a soffit light that you're suggesting.
And in the original time we went through this, there were soffit lights that were taken off the house completely and moved down to landscape lights. So there would be no soffit light or surface-mounted fixtures on the wall of the house facing your property. In this case, they've added one light back in for safety, because you have to have it, over the stoop, to light the stoop from above with a light that shines, as I understand it, straight down over the stoop.
That's correct.
Okay, I mean, that's
But I would like to address, I'd like to address the Fenster's comment about windows. Did you add additional windows, or the same, I didn't notice any change to the.
There's no change to any of the windows.
The change that I saw was one door to one window. I went one window to one door.
One window to one door.
Right, no, that's, that's.
In the new construction.
Correct.
Right,
Yeah.
that's right.
And is that door a full glass panel or half?
It's a half.
So it's essentially from a light perspective, it's the same
So as a window.
as the window.
I see. So there is enough room for two cars side by side?
Yes.
In 20 feet,
Everybody
yes.
heard of that? Okay.
Okay, I mean, I have the survey in front of me, and it says 19.7 feet, not 20.
And that was before the step was added?
Right.
Right, the 19.7 is from that back corner. I remember that you brought that up at the last meeting, and I double checked. So the survey shows 19.7 to this point.
Right.
And 17.4 to that point, and because of the angle, the front corner to the perpendicular to the property line is 24.3 feet away.
Right, so the line you're showing is perpendicular to the property line, not to the house. That 19.7.
That's correct.
Yeah.
I see.
Okay, so just wanted to make our.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other public comments? Any other comments on the board? No. Okay. I'm going to move we accept the application at 84 Fordham Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That takes us to 248 Little Plains Road, construction of a two-story
Thank you guys
single-family
very
dwelling.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John, just state your name for the record.
There's a mic there.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, gentlemen. These are the event at the last meeting, and there were a number of suggestions to try and simplify the design and try and sort of lessen the details of the house.
Okay.
And we have, I've tried to accommodate those needs, and I wanted to go through with you which ones, what we've done.
Great.
I did a presentation, so we have the existing, first presentation of the house is on the top, and the revised presentation are on the bottom. And so one of the first comments was, hated the windows, the casement windows. So, didn't disagree with you, so we've convinced the clients that we've put in all new double hung windows where the casements used to be. And we've put in the double hungs there, your classic 6/1 with the transom on top of it. And the transoms were from the original scheme. Second comment was, the board had the feeling that the curved roofs were too, sort of, I guess, faux history, per se. So what we've tried to do is we've gotten rid of the curved roofs on the bottom part of the gambrel, and we've made it a straight gambrel. We put a little kick on the back of on the bottom of the gambrel leg. That was to try and simplify the detail, but give it a little sense of it. My client thought it looked too much like a barn if the leg were straight all the way through.
Okay.
On the front elevation, we tried to simplify a number of things. One is we got rid of all the brackets up on top of the house all around, and the brackets that were currently on the bottom frieze board have been reduced by 50%. We've taken half of them out. Also, we reduced the front window height here over the front door, and we made all the bar gems the same on all three gables, making them much more symmetrical. And where it was in the front gable, it was one larger gable. One of the comments was in order to produce a little more symmetry, we decided we took this roof line over here, and we aligned it with the roof now, so all the roof lines now run contiguously through the house. So we raised this gable end over here. And we also then put it, in order to do that, we also we did a clip gable on this side to match the other side.
Okay.
That's the front of the house, and all those comments kind of run simultaneously throughout the house. We did on the, this is the side roof now that in lines at an angle, all double hung windows. No upper brackets, lower brackets reduced by half. We did take out all of the, we used to have brick and a little bit of stone on the house, on the bottom of the bay windows for the kitchen and for the master bedroom. We've taken that out now. So now it's a white paneling, a white detail like engaged with the windows. And that's probably best seen from the back elevation on the last sheet, where we used to have brick here. Also, material changes, we decided, we were originally thinking about going with a white Lorraine brick. Now we're gonna go back to natural brick and go with the Glengarry Danish blend, more of a pink brick. I think it looks nice with the blue stone that's on terraces. Also, in regards to the gable ends, we've taken out we used to have upper windows up and top on all 40 gables. We've taken them all out. Again, to try and reduce the amount of, I guess busyness might be a word I would use. So that's right. So we've taken all the windows out and the fronts. These are now gone, and now they're simpler gable elevations. I think for the house, that was all we had talked about. I didn't want to show you this additional sketch. Was just I originally had shown you the individual houses. I wanted to put them next to each other just so you could see. Here's our project site, and here's our neighbor to the north. Then there's our house and our clients to the south, their house. This neighbor directly across the street to the west, over there. He's right there. We're here. And this is also the neighbor adjacent to him as well. So that gives you a little sort of a snippet, I guess, of street's context of the street and how our house might fit into that context. And we didn't really talk about it in great length, other than Jeff had brought it up earlier about there were 2 parking spaces originally in the front of the house. And my client thought about that and really was thinking perhaps it might be better just to have a circular driveway, very similar to what the neighbor has directly across the street from them. And as a note, our neighbor to the south has it, our neighbor to the west has it. Also, just to look at a street, there's a double driveway, double driveway, double driveway, sort of a double driveway.
There's currently only one curb cut, though?
There's currently only one curb cut, that's correct, yes. I think that's all we spoke about last meeting.
In reviewing my notes, I think that's correct. Okay. Board members?
I just want to say much improved. Definitely looks like a more cohesive project. And I think you're moving in the right direction. I'm not sure about the circular driveway. We've been talking about not parking in front of houses, so that has been a concern. But other board members want to chime in on that?
Yeah, I that's a concern. But the house itself, you've made great improvements. From our comments last time around, it's much more simplified, less ornamented, which I think is very helpful. There's one thing, though, that it's the transom windows that still are a sticking point with me. I would much rather see the transom windows removed throughout, having a bit of a space between the fascia board and the window, and just making the window itself a bit taller in all the cases. Because a transom of windows just aren't a typical characteristic of homes in the village, to my knowledge. They do exist here and there, but it's just, seeing it throughout the house like this just looks a bit excessive.
All right, so, oh, thank you. Yes, so I will mirror what both Jane and John have said. Like Jane, I think, so the good news, John, is you've made great strides, and you've made a house that's more attractive. Again, why have cars parked in the front if you don't have to? And that's a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer it. So, but if I were to answer it, I said the house looks better with the work you've done, and it will look and it will present to the street better if they're not cars. It's not necessary. You have one curb cut, you have ample parking spot, you have a nice garage in the back, which is a blessing because it's non-conforming. So take advantage of that rather than diminishing the front facade by a circular driveway. So that's one. Secondly, to John's point, the transoms throughout the house, I think you'll have a cleaner look without them. And short of that, initially, but it was when I looked at the black and white drawings that I thought perhaps the front door might be a little bit much, but then I see in the rendering it's recessed considerably, so it works from that standpoint, at least I think.
Yeah.
So anyway, those are my comments.
Okay. Here's where the board and I often disagree. Because Little Plains is a heavily trafficked road. The two-car parking pad where people turn in left and guest park there, especially if they're impermeable material, and the more and more people doing it keeps cars off the road without them being parked in front of them blocking the house. So I often think that the parking pad's a better suggestion than the half-round driveway. I find generally the people that live in the house don't park there. They end up parking close to the house, to whatever their mudroom door is, but I think that's my opinion. I think you've done a great job bringing it back down. I think the one sticking point is I think the transoms and the windows are heavy. I think when you look at the elevation for you don't have transoms on the second floor.
Well, we have them
On the north elevation.
on the west side and the north side.
Yeah, I just think the one sticking point is probably the heaviness of the transoms over the windows. That the windows themselves might be bigger,
Okay.
and not quite so broken up. That would be my one comment. No, I also think that the one curb cut with the parking pad, for me, I understand why you did it, because you've heard a lot of comments on here about parking pads, but I still think that if that's where they needed to go for guest parking, because no one wants guest parking on Little Plains, it's too heavily trafficked. So that would be my other comment.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'd like an adjournment until the next meeting, and I'll
Okay.
take my comments.
Let's see if we have any comments from the public.
Oh, sorry.
Any comments from the public? Great. Okay, so I'm going to move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 248 Little Plains Road to May 8th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to Barron's View LLC, 382 Barron's Lane.
Good evening. My name is John Bennett and Reed. With me this evening are Sean Watson, Sarah Leenan from Leroy Street Architects. Melissa Dedovich from Peconic Environmental. And then on Zoom, we have Melissa Rivas and Rebecca Tran from Hollander and Design, and Brian Ninnis and Ken Buska. At the last hearing on April 10th, the board requested that we provide evening renderings of the proposed residence from certain vantage points. So by correspondence dated April 20, we submitted some evening renderings extrapolated from the locations requested by the board. I do want you to know also, because you often encourage us to do this, we have been in contact with one of the neighbors, is the only neighbor that contacted us. We've been speaking to Eric Bregman, who is neighbor to the east. He used to own the Houston Rockets. Help me, someone, please. Excuse me? Huh? Leslie Alexander, thank you. And his only concern was a construction schedule. So we have given him a representation that neither demolition nor construction will happen till after Labor Day. But that was his only concern as voiced to us by his counsel, Eric Bregman. He's the neighbor to the east, Leslie Alexander. He may own it under an LLC, but that's who it is. But if, Sean, if you could take the board through it, and then of course anything else that you want us to present to you, we'll do it.
Thank you. Sean Watts from Leroy Street Studio Architects. And here on the table, I just laid out, we have slightly larger versions of the renderings that we showed you last time. I realize those were a little hard to see. And also the requested night renderings from the different locations on the plan that you requested last time. The first one is, and I realize it's probably hard to see from there, but I think print quality is I think probably better than what you have in your packet if you want, I can bring them over. Maybe pass around. This first one is from the northwest.
I'm going to promise you they're better than what was in the packet.
And the second one is from the northeast across Phillips Pond.
Sure, thank you.
And then the two from the east side, slightly from the north and slightly from the south, just to get an angle. So these were taken with, the base photos were taken with the drone, approximately the second floor from the requested properties, and the photographs were digitally darkened, and then we did a computer model of our building with the IES files from the lighting manufacturer, so we have the beam spread and the light intensity and all of that. All the lights in the building are shown at full brightness, 2700 Kelvin, so the color is bright, and obviously no shades.
Would you really do a modern house in 27, or would you do it in 3000?
A lot of them are variable right now, but the 2700 is what a lot of clients are requesting because of this is a little warmer.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Locations are coded.
Yeah.
Jeff,
This is the plan.
Yeah, no, I see, I have them here. So which one is?
That's from across the pond, I believe. I can tell these two apart, but I think that's what it is.
All right. So this is your rendering of what it would look like, you think?
Correct.
Okay.
Across from
here.
View A?
Yes.
Okay.
The view, some of the views we shifted a little bit, especially from the east, because the current vegetation is pretty high, so we had to kind of like approximate it, but
Sean, did you want to explain just the protocol? I think, does everybody have that?
the protocol, well, I mentioned about the just how we created the renderings. Is there any other, I mean, I can talk a little bit about the lighting design, if that would be helpful.
I guess the question, look, I'm not a lighting expert, but there's the night, you have to fall within the, regardless of whatever we say, you have to fall within the night sky limitations. So I assume you do. Maybe the question is, to the extent board members want to know, and there's no way I could attest to its validity or not, is are you using a particular type of glass that is, not translucent, but at least, however it breaks up the prism, doesn't emit as much light as it otherwise
Yeah,
would.
and the lighting design is driven by both heat reduction, so it's has a shading coefficient, and hurricane impact, obviously, so it'll be fairly thick and it'll be illuminated.
Can you please move a little closer to the mic
sorry,
there?
sorry.
Thanks.
And so, it will be a little shaded. It's important for us just internally to keep all the glass the same shading coefficient, so you don't have bright and dark spots from within the house with a modern house, but it's shaded to also, glare is an issue with modern houses, and so we do our best to try to eliminate as much glare from the outside coming in, which helps.
Is there, and I assume it's in here in terms of, you mentioned window coefficients again. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but in terms of light transparency or ultraviolet screening or whatever, glasses you have, are those spec'd in there?
I don't know if we've submitted actual
No, but
glass
you
specs.
can orally explain why don't you expand a little bit on the type of glass that you use, the properties that it has in terms of deadening any of these effects? That would be
Sure.
helpful for the board.
I mean, the issue of the hurricane protection, obviously, all the glass is laminated, so it's 100% UV resistant. And the shading coefficient, it basically just means that the glass is shaded so that it's less about what happens at night, but it's more about what happens during the day, because if it's too translucent, there'll be too much glare, there'll be too much sun coming through the glass, which will both heat the building and create a lot of visual glare. So we actually shade the glass like sunglasses a little bit so that you can have a more visually comfortable experience during the day.
And this is something that we've used to great extent in Sagaponack, the type of glass. They're very, very concerned. Melissa and I have been involved in quite a few projects. They're very concerned about it, and the properties of the glass are actually very good in buffering the light.
Okay.
Any questions?
Board members?
Well, that's about the light for the glass, but what about the design and?
Well, that ties into this
I don't think
conversation.
they're presenting any changes.
No.
No changes. Everything's
All
the
they're
same.
presenting
It's
is,
just
the requested funding as a starting point.
Okay.
Have drawings or whatever you want to see from outside.
So, okay,
I
so
mean,
that,
one of the things I want you to look at,
Yeah.
when you're looking at what we've done here, with an enormous amount of energy, is presented something, there's a lot of push and pull and there's a lot of dynamics in it. It's not glass. I gave you some of the surrounding buildings. I'll refer you to the 320 Murray. This was probably the most in terms of, that's essentially, which I worked on and the board approved. I think it was this board as currently comprised, with the exception of Jane. There was essentially no attempt to have an interplay between materials, and that's 3 lots to the west. Here, I think Roy Street has always done a wonderful job in trying to create push and pull and interplay between materials, not presented as a far from traditional wall of glass that you often see. For not only for the client, but for those of the surrounding neighborhood. We did submit to you on, what's the date? Anyway, we submitted you the plans showing the surrounding houses, most of which I've worked on, and all of them, with 1 or 2 exceptions, are essentially, for example, Squabble Lane, at H, Squabble Lane, it's essentially a wall of glass facing the ocean, as with 320 Murray. But this is far from that. I mean, this would even meet a standard in Sagaponack where they have, you can only have so much glass. And we far exceed that standard. I think, what is this, a 40% ratio or a 25% ratio, something like that? But I mean, we've really gone to great lengths to design something that is not at all boring or mono of any type. It's a wide lot. And the buildings that you have down there, all the other houses that you have down there, take advantage of the wide lots. And I don't know, I don't wanna be, I'm always hesitant to remind you of jurisdictional limits, but I'll remind you
When
anyway.
have you been hesitant to remind us of a jurisdictional limit?
Remind us of
When
anything
has
for
that
that
ever
matter.
You don't have any really control if we meet the site plan, if we meet the setbacks. I mean, you really don't have site plan review. But the nice thing about this is, it's not some uninterrupted wall, far from it. It's done a genius job of
The client
breaking it.
asked us to, design a modern house with long lines, but what they wanted us to break up the volume, break up the massing, and create spaces. I talked a little bit last time about the porosity of the house. You can physically walk through the house from one side, the north side to the south side, and vice versa. Particularly to, make the house feel comfortable on the site with regard to the neighbors and to look okay on Barron's Lane. They didn't want it to really stand out.
And for what it's worth, the input from the neighbors, and we've talked about input from neighbors being important too, the only input that we have from the neighbors is someone concerned about a construction schedule, and we've satisfied them with that, so.
Okay.
John, I'm looking at the renderings that you submitted the last time from the beach, and just as a point of reference, this building is higher, lower, the same height as the surrounding buildings or the existing structure?
It's lower. It's because of by nature of the flat roof, it's lower.
It's
The village
lower.
has the
Right.
35 and the 28
Because it
limitation.
has a flat roof, the sight line's actually higher, but the roof height's actually lower.
The actual building is lower.
Oh,
but
I'm
yeah.
sorry, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
So here's the thing from my perspective. My biggest issue is view B, which actually impacts more homes than the other views. When you look at the night sky or the night view, the surrounding homes have lights, have windows obviously, but they appear as like pin lights. Actually, in a strange relation, when you're looking at it broadly, it almost appears as like stars-sized lights on a starry night. I think the house you've designed has just, a greater effort has to be made to break up the expanse of windows and lights that transverse the entire length of the house. And it stands out much differently than the surrounding homes.
Let us finish, John. Okay, Jane?
I just wanted to ask John, what, when you say view, what?
It's view B, it's the one, it's that one. This one. And as you mentioned, it's like the perception is the house actually sits higher than the other houses surrounding it because of the construction
The
of the
sideline is higher,
Yeah.
because it doesn't
Yes,
have, because it has a
yeah.
flat roof.
Well,
Let's
view B is also
clear.
the perspective.
Can we have our comments first, please, and
Oh,
then
sorry.
you can respond?
Okay. Jane, did you have comments?
Is this a pool house here that is mostly glass? Do you have that lit? No, because it's a pool house?
It's in the rendering. It is. It's lit, but it's low. It's at the same height as the first floor.
Okay.
And to the neighbor, it's almost opaque. There's only a corner, a slight corner that's.
Again, can we finish our comments first,
I'm
please?
trying to respond.
Well, she had a question.
She had a question, John. She had a
Okay.
question.
Okay. Sir?
Me?
Jane's done. Okay.
Jane? Okay, great. So, my question is, I'm taking what you had said in terms of your client's wish to break up the expanse, the horizontal expanse. And I think you've largely accomplished that, with the exception of the easternmost block. That reminds me a little bit of the so-called Philip Glass, and we didn't know, or Philip Johnson house.
Appendage to the Queen.
Right. And nobody was ever sure, but we think it was Philip Johnson.
It was his.
Anyway, and this reminds me a little bit of that. I think it's like one appendage too many. Now that's
One glass appendage.
one glass appendage too many, and it takes away. If that were a single story, or a half a story or whatever. Again, I'm not an architect, that's for sure. But in terms of visually, I think you've got just a very long house. Oh,
Yeah, but that's, here would be my comment. Because we are in the land of low flat roof houses down here, because there are many that line this section of the beach. So I actually think the house itself is actually very attractive. The question that I have is, and I have the same reaction as John does to the lit light box that's shining that's shining north. Because first of all, I think in your rendering, the other three houses look like they're 3,000 Kelvin, and you've done this one at 2,700. But now you can see how much stronger that is. But what I find is interesting is you have more light exposure and window exposure facing north than you do facing south to the beach. Because when I look at if you're calling the north elevation, it has more glass. It has more glass than the south elevation. It's actually the one that's facing the water.
That's correct.
So my comment would be, if you could figure out a way to give me about 30% less light facing out, facing
To the north.
facing north.
Facing
That's
north,
where
yeah.
that's where my I will be honest with you. I was originally also worried about the pool house, because I agree with Jane. I had the same question, but you're right. It is lower, but this house is considerably visually higher than other houses. You can see it in your rendering simply because of the flat roof, and you probably have FEMA restrictions that's raising the house, and one thing and
Correct.
another.
That's correct.
So that's my one comment. I think materials is fine. I think it's an extremely modern house in a land where extremely modern houses are living in the village. I think that's appropriate. I just think the light box that's projecting out that section needs to be reduced.
May I ask a question? The fact that we have, and the reason I brought the larger renderings is so that you could see the louvers on the house a little better, and I'm gonna show you these two.
actually, if you leave them on the table, I think
Can you
you'll
see
be
them
able
on
to
the
see
table?
them.
I'll leave them.
And this way the public can see
Oh,
them as
correct.
well.
Okay, good. So essentially, this is a question. So along the north side, on both the east and west wings, we've provided metal louvers, painted stainless steel louvers, in order to both create privacy, a sense of kind of expansiveness during the day, because it's an amazing site, an amazing view to the north and northeast. So the client wanted to be able to look out, obviously concerned about privacy at night, which is why we provided the louvers.
Sage, can you get that on the camera? There we go.
So
thanks.
You might need to zoom in on this section here. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Do my best. Would it be possible to address that by the density of the louvers themselves, because they're currently adjusted?
No, because you could never guarantee me they can be closed at night.
No, they're not operable. They're actually fixed.
Yeah.
They're meant
Well,
to be.
does your rendering represent what it looks like with the louvers?
Absolutely, yes.
Then no.
There you have it.
Then there you have it.
Okay.
I just think the light shining
No, I guess
is
my,
too
I
much.
guess my question is, if we adjusted the louvers so that the night rendering was less bright, would that satisfy the board, or is it more about wall versus window?
So would you take up some of the space, for example, if I may, and sometimes we've done this in Sagaponic, we've put louvers in front of the glass and just increase the percentage of it.
You can make the louvers smaller space louvers, more dense, but then at an angle that prevents less light to go through. If it shows up in the if it shows up in the rendering, then great. If not, then
Yeah, if what I'm looking at is what it's going to look like, because the house is visually taller and it's a big, huge expanded light versus individual windows, I need to see less light there heading this way. So whether that's less glass, another alternative,
I got it.
that's your
Okay.
call.
That's helpful.
All
That's
right,
helpful.
that's very helpful.
Yeah.
Why don't should we adjourn?
Sure. We'll take a look at that.
Did I ask for public
Oh,
comment?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did I ask for public comment?
No.
Okay. Do I have any public comment? Okay.
Okay, great.
So I think we'd like an adjournment.
Is that what you divined from my?
I move we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 382 Barron's Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thanks in favor?
To May 8th? To May 8th?
To May 8th?
May 8th would be great. Thank you.
You're going to have to go to an accordion folder now. Next up is 224 North Sea Road, White Eagle Realty LLC. Is the applicant here?
I don't know that the board.
I'm sorry, Alex?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. Good evening.
Good evening. State names, please, for the record.
I'm Alexander Khan. I'm the architect for the project.
Okay,
Tamara and Joseph David, the owners.
okay. Now, last time I went through this project, the issues, as I remember, were the rather large surround to the pool house.
Yes, so
So,
as you see,
so
we
why don't
have
you
a little-
start by taking us through what your changes are?
Sure, I'll walk through the changes and then see if you guys have any other concerns. But right now, we
Great.
took off the trellis on the right and the left side. We made the upper windows more uniform on the upper gables. They're now 3 by 3. I took out the small windows in the 2 spaces in the front and the rear. And I reduced the front door from 14 feet to 12 foot. And I reduced the rear windows about 1.5 foot in width. We also have the site plan, which I was trying to bring up. Apologize. Let's see. So I added some of the existing structures for the neighboring properties as requested. This property is actually a commercial property. And then this is another residential here and here. And I think those were the other comments. We decided to keep the cabana as it was, the size. As mentioned again, it was following the zoning laws, which allows 520 square feet. My clients do not have that much storage in the existing house, so they would like to use this as partial storage space in the attic and in the cabana itself. Any comments from the board?
My question. Any comments from the board? Kidding you. Any comments from the board?
None for me. Is this, is the gate separate from?
Yes, we'll talk about the gates separately.
Yeah, we can talk, I did reduce the gates as per the.
Well, let's start with the pool house. Let's
Okay.
bifurcate these, okay?
Yeah, I'm fine with the pool house.
Sorry, I forgot about the gate.
One more time, just run, for the record, run through the colors and the materials.
Pretty much everything's gonna match the existing house. We got the white board and batten, white trellis, white trim, AZAC. And
And it's setting over lawn? Is there a foundation under the trellis, or does the trellis go into lawn?
This is gonna be 14-inch concrete footings. There's gonna be pavers over here, which are on the site plan. We have pavers here, and then along the pool, and in front of the, surrounding the pool.
Okay.
Well, okay, so it was.
Okay.
I think it was about 6 feet, if I remember correctly,
I think that's right.
along the pool.
Do you have a rendering of the pool house in comparison to the home, size-wise?
The home, I might have it from the prior project.
Do you have a site plan?
I do have a site plan. This is the existing home.
Okay.
Was a site plan submitted with the pool house on it?
Yes, this was the site plan submitted.
Okay.
The existing house is over here.
So the pool house is set back pretty far.
So the pool house is set back pretty
The pool
pretty
house is
far.
all the way in the rear of the property.
Okay.
It's a long property. It's about 186 feet long.
No objections.
I have no objections.
Thank you.
I think, first of all, I think, again, thank you. I think taking the comment and making it smaller actually makes it look more proportional to the house, and more in keeping with sort of Hampton's architecture. I think it looks very nice.
Hey.
Now, are we, just so I'm clear, are we doing the gate and the pool house together?
Oh, yeah, let me.
Or is the gate a separate application?
It's a separate application, but it's
Okay.
up to council.
Okay.
It's at the tail end.
Is it separate agenda item, or?
No, towards, on the, it's number one of the
It's on-
carryover matters.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
under gates on the agenda,
What
and
is-
it's under house. Well, I'm gonna do this, let's, do I have any comments from the public? Okay, I'm gonna move that we accept the applicant's, at 224 North Sea Road for the demolition of existing garage and construction of a new cabana and trellis. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to do this because you're on here and it'll save time and I think it's fair. I'm gonna actually call the 220, your driveway gate application, which is White Eagle Realty LLC 24 North for driveway gate. Let's go ahead and talk about the driveway gate.
Okay, I took a look at the web, suggestions. We have the height as 48 inches. And I think someone was mentioning the curve, yeah. It would have been like 2 feet in the middle, so we went with the straight gate.
Okay?
A wood material, I saw that PVC is not allowed as a gate material.
Just tell us what it is.
Wood painted white.
Okay? And tell us about, is it a mechanical gate or is it an automatic gate?
It would be mechanical.
Okay, and what are the controls on? Are the controls automatic in the house? Are they on the column? There's not a gooseneck.
I'm gonna have to defer to my clients. Manager Joseph, did you guys intend this to be an automatic gate?
I mean, we really didn't think about it. I mean, a lot has to do with the cost of it, and, you know, and if it's reasonable, yeah, I mean, it'd be nice to have an automatic gate there, but again, we're really not sure about what the cost would be versus one versus the other.
Okay, so there would be no automatic, there'd be no gooseneck, because there may not be automatic, because we would prefer that if you're gonna if it becomes automatic, the touchpad we would want it on the column. And are there any lights on these columns? Are there any light fixtures on this gate?
Wanted to,
Yeah, we want
if it's not going to be against any, or zoning or any regulations, we would love to have it, as long as you had, so many applicants, but if you remember, we had a major concern with privacy issues, and we would love to have some lights.
Okay, my question is, are there any light fixtures on this gate?
We would love to have it.
I'm sorry?
We would like to have it.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna ask you to adjourn this, come back, go figure out if you're asking if it's mechanical or automatic. And if you'd like to have light fixtures, you're gonna have to show us a rendering with the light fixtures on it so we understand where they are.
Okay.
Okay?
As for the rest of the application,
We've approved the pool house.
okay,
But you've applied for the gate as a separate, and I'm gonna say, let's adjourn this and come back with renderings that represent exactly what it is that you want, whether it's mechanical or automatic, and if you want light fixtures, where they would be and what they would look like.
okay, all right,
Okay.
thank you so much.
Okay, so do I have any public comment? I'm gonna move it, we accept the applicant's request for adjournment to May 8th for 224 North Sea Road for driveway gates. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, so this moves us then to new matters. The first one up is 101 Old Town Road, Maria Denzillo. Do you have affidavits and are they in order?
Yes.
Great, is the applicant here?
I think he's on Zoom.
Okay. Ryan, is it Ryan?
Yes, sir. Hello, board members. How are you?
Okay, please introduce yourself. I know I kind of just did, but please introduce yourself for the record.
Ryan Kessner, architect.
Okay.
And I believe Maria Danzillo is actually going to be joining us as well at some point.
Great.
May I proceed?
Yes, please.
You see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this application is for 101 Old Town Road, which is this parcel right here. Right currently, the house is set all the way back here, which creates certainly, privacy issues among other things, and just way too much front lawn and things of that nature. What we're opting to do is build a, for lack of a better term, an inline colonial house that goes long ways with the lot, put a pool back here, and a pavilion. We also have a one-car attached garage and enough parking for all the bedrooms in here. There are no variances being asked for this. Everything is conforming. The house meets all the codes with regards to pitches and flat roofs and things of that nature. And we tried to keep it as simple as possible. Just putting a ridge right down the center and trying to use the 6/1 and things of that nature. The only thing that is a little unique about this house is that we are asking to use solar shingles. I'm not sure if the village is familiar with it at all, but in this day and age, people they want to get away from the ugly solar panels on their roof, and they want to get more into the something with a little bit more energy savings and things of that nature. And although they're not historic, I was wondering if the board would at least consider something of that nature. Going back to this, as you can see, in line, we're lining up as many windows, have a beautiful chimney coming across. Even though I know you guys hate balconies, we're asking for one back here. Across the back provides a shaded area for down here as well as an area up here for them to enjoy. And then our pavilion or gazebo is just going to be a simple up and over tip roof gazebo. So in the interest of time, I'm sure you guys are tired. I would love your comments.
Okay, board.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it, and without parsing words, opinions were, it's, our obligation is judgments, not opinions, although it's hard to distinguish them. So, yes, you're right. The front facade is simple. And at the same time, my exception to that is the attached garage. That street, as are many village streets, do not have attached garages. And I would not like to set a precedent with this one. That's not to say that there might not be one or two within half a mile or whatever. But in driving up and down Old Town, I did not see them. So I would ask, that would be my objection to the front of what otherwise is a simple design. So it's not harmonious with the other properties. And as far as the solar roof panel, or whatever it is, I'm new to that, so I'd have to see what it is and what it looks like. I don't know whether it has a sheen to it, or I just have no idea at all. And then as far as the balcony, yes, you are right, Ryan. It is a concern, and there's no question that this is a full-scale balcony. So that would be another objection.
John?
I pretty much agree with Jeff's comments. That the one issue I have is the transom windows on the first floor. I think they're a bit out of place, and
Oh, yeah.
I would prefer seeing the windows similar in size and scale to the ones on the second floor, which it looks like it would be without the transoms. Other than that, on the proposed left side elevation, well, maybe once, if the transom windows were removed from the second floor, that window, it might make a difference, along with the transom windows on the first floor. But it just looks, it looks oversized compared to the rest of the fenestration on the second floor. The only other comment, of course, is the balconies. The balcony on the back of the house, I think you've heard earlier during the proceedings, our opinions on the size and scale of balconies and the privacy issues, especially for a narrow lot that this is. And I think the large expanse of glass on the first and second floor could be minimized a bit. And that's it.
I would say that I share. I'm sorry.
Agree with John on both of his points about the transoms and the back of the house having too much glass, and yes, the balcony. So, I would defer to Mark that we
Okay.
move on.
Alex, I have a question. What are the number of required parking spaces in a 4-bedroom house?
A 4-bedroom house?
4-bedroom house?
Typically, it would be 3.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. And I know you guys don't like parking right in front of the house, so we shoved it off to the side for you.
Yeah.
So explain to me the doors, are those windowed doors on the back side of the garage facing the backyard?
Right here. Yeah, I mean, there's just access more to the back of the garage and things of that nature. But certainly, if we were able to maintain a garage, that would be super helpful. One of the most challenging things on these narrow lots becomes the setbacks and how we do that.
Nice.
And although I do understand that you want detached garages, at some point it becomes difficult, trying to maintain the 5 feet with
I'm just confused with whether it's a garage or a room.
No, it's a garage. It's right here.
It just has double glass doors into the backyard.
So, and if I may, so Ryan, yes, you're right. There are always, the zoning code always puts restrictions on lots in one way or another. It's an architect and a designer's choice as to how they want to use that property. You've chosen to add an attached garage, which is, in my judgment, disharmonious to the other properties on that street. Now, you have space in the rear to do with what you wish. And how you use that space is up to you.
Okay, we'll take it into consideration. I appreciate that.
My other comments, I would share the same, it's the same comments we had in another house. I think the transom windows, the transom over the door makes sense, but I think the transom, I'd rather see just larger windows, but not the transom window configuration, the first floor facing the front. And I think the just all the way around that transom configuration in what is an otherwise simple house just detracts from the beautiful, simple nature of the house.
Excellent.
Okay. Are there any public comments?
Can I make a comment?
Yes, you can.
Brian, I just wanted to point out there was an email I sent with comments from the building inspector about the basement. I believe some of the basement rooms have to be open so as not to count as bedrooms. So I just want to remind you of that.
We already did that. We I took that into consideration, and the revised plans that you have on your desk should have that reflected, where we remove the door from there, door in the closet from there as well.
Great, and then there's no cooking facilities shown in the basement, so that's just a wet fire only.
Correct. So is it my understanding the board would like a physical sample of the solar roof shingle?
Yeah, I actually would, because I think, you look, if there's a new solar product out there that's especially more attractive than big flat panels sitting on houses, which the picture looks like, I'd love
Yeah.
to see a sample of it, to understand it. Because I think the picture looks really interesting.
Yeah, the ones I've seen resemble like a slate roof more than anything, if it's that matte
Yeah.
surface.
Good looks.
It's just the change in the technology, and I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but they're gonna start tightening up these energy codes to a point where, you know, you almost have to do solar panels when you're under 4,500 square feet. So in that respect, when you do these smaller homes, nobody really wants to look at solar panels, so these solar shingles are becoming more and more important to the design and the aesthetic of the house. So I would really hope that the board, once I give you the sample, would really consider looking into it further.
Sure.
Yeah.
They can make a cedar shingle version looking good.
I don't know about that, but certainly they could do it. Certainly they could do it flat. And I don't know how many other colors they have.
I mean, what you're showing here looks no better or worse than a asphalt roof, but yeah, seeing a sample may tell a tale.
All right, I asked for public comment, do we have any?
There's a hand raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Maria D'Angelo. I just wanted to say thank you to everyone for looking at our designs, and thank you to Ryan for presenting them as well. And thank you all for your excellent comments. And I also just wanted to say that I'm so glad to hear that you're interested in looking at the Tesla solar roof. It's a very beautiful roof. There are people in Southampton who have them. I know that's how I learned about it, and they are really very beautiful.
Would you be able to give us an address of where it exists?
Yeah, I will try.
Okay, because I'd love to drop by and just look at it, because it's interesting, because like some of the projects that we get handed have these large uninteresting solar panels that if this product matches that, it's visually much more attractive than some of the other options I've seen, so I'd love to take a look at it.
And you said this is a Tesla product, right?
The product we're looking at is the Tesla product. I believe it's.
I was just reading about that today.
Factory in New York State, so that's another thing that interested me about it. But yeah, it's a beautiful product, and I think it will look a lot better than an asphalt roof with solar panels on it. So really looking at it from the aesthetic perspective as well as the environmental one.
You're talking, you're
great.
Really nice.
You're speaking our
Well,
language.
thank you.
Yeah. I have a quick question about the garage. So are you basically saying that you would prefer a detached garage?
We prefer detached garage. What we don't like, what is not typical, although there are a few on this street, what is not typical, especially is single-car garages facing forward.
I see.
You probably have a swing problem with the width of that lot, but which I understand, but I'm speaking for Jeff, so.
Well, again, we can't design it. All I can share with you is what it looks to me, in my judgment, in terms of it being disharmonious. Now, to the extent you have property in the rear and you're thinking of putting in a pool and a pool cabana, could that be, can you construct a garage back there? Other people have, but again, that's your choice when you come before us next.
I would tell you, if you drive around the street onto Bellows, there's a house in the back of Bellows that was built about 6 years ago. The house is considerably larger, but the configuration of the house to the garage to the pool house might be worth just taking a look at.
May I also ask one more question to the board?
Sure.
When it comes to balconies, I know how much you guys don't think.
They're up there with arborvitae.
I need some type of baseline or guidance as to what is acceptable. And I understand the privacy issues, I do. In this case, we would be back, probably right here. So from, there's the curve of the driveway, this is the existing house. You basically, the front of the house would be,
let's just,
where the balcony would be right in the middle here.
let's just say that the only balconies we have approved in the recent past are small balconies, no larger than 6 by 12 feet, and essentially recessed into the roof line. So if that tells you anything, along with some type of barrier on both sides of the house. depending, each property, each project is different, depending on the placement of the neighboring homes and the sight lines. So there's a lot that goes into the discussion. So we, you know, it's your call what you want to, you know, propose, but. You know.
Yours is a little yours is a little tricky because that's a sloped lot, and where the balcony is going to fall is actually a high spot on that lot.
Yeah, well, I mean,
And
yeah,
then the
it
way,
does
so
slope
just
down.
you know, if you look at the earlier project we had tonight from the Coral project, they figured out ways to provide sideways privacy to the neighbor in a narrow lot. So that's one idea to look at. And also, the sight lines from this lot to the back door and side door neighbors are interesting, just because where you are currently, the house that's coming down is in the very back of the lot, but when you pull it forward, it's still a very steep uphill lot. So the sight line from the balcony is going to have to be carefully considered.
Right, yes, it will be. Okay, so we'll certainly consider that, and thank you for your input, I appreciate it.
Can I just, one more quick question? So it doesn't matter that the current house has a balcony?
It does not,
That's
because it's being
balcony?
torn. This is a new project because that house is being torn down.
I see, okay, thank you.
Okay.
Unless you're gonna rebuild the house as it is.
No, you don't want that. All right. So then I am going to move we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment to May 8th at 101 Old Town Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Which comes up next is 60 Halsey Neck Lane, construction of a greenhouse. Is the applicant here? Yep. Are the affidavits, do you have them and are they in order?
Yes. Thanks.
Get me off the, thing.
Good evening, Matthew Horvath, LaGuardia Design Group.
Hello.
I'm going to be sharing my screen here. Here presenting the design for a greenhouse, 60 Halsey Neck Lane. Conforming to our accessory setbacks, 35 feet. It's a 500 square foot greenhouse, very simple. It's a modern house that's under construction, was approved by the ARB last February. And the design here is a reference to that design. Been working closely with Blaise McCoy Architects on this. Here's some renderings. Shed style roof, 16 feet at the ridge, 7'8" on the north property line. Materials are a reference to the architecture, which is on the knee wall. It's an ashlar cut Connecticut granite. And all of the window trim is a custom powder coated bronze aluminum. I have a sample of that. Sorry, it's small. But that is to match the architecture as well.
Do me a favor, pull the site plan up one more time.
So this is the location of the greenhouse.
And what lies on the other side of the, this is obviously visible from the neighboring property?
Not
correct?
at all.
No?
So this property is very, very heavily screened. It's been our client's family for 30 years. His father actually planted all the perimeters, which are fully mature.
Arborvitae?
A native white pine.
Okay,
So there's no way anyone's going to see this structure here.
Okay, board members?
No, it's a handsome greenhouse.
Yeah, there are greenhouses and there are greenhouses, and that's a good greenhouse.
I agree.
Yeah.
I don't care for all the gravel around it, but that's just my preference, that's all. Is that porous? Outside the gravel?
Oh yeah, it's all pervious.
It's permeable.
It's
Okay.
permeable.
I mean, for this setting, it's more appropriate than a hard surface around a greenhouse, I would say.
All right. Do I have any comments from the public? I think it's an interesting greenhouse. All right. So I'm going to move that we accept the applicant's, the application for 60 Halsey Neck Lane for construction of a greenhouse. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Now, Matthew also has a gate on his
Do you have a gate,
property.
Matthew?
I do.
Okay. I think just since you're there, let's just pull the gate forward.
Sounds great. There is an existing gate on Halsey Neck, which I have an image of here, which is still there. It's acting as a construction gate for the time being as the house is under construction. This is the existing condition here. Of course, it does not align with the proposed architecture, so again, keeping it very simple, modern. Here's the front elevation. It's black powder coated steel frame with Sapele mahogany wood screening.
Oh, the frame is black. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, I actually have an image of that. This is a similar style. So it's 1.5 inch lath with 1.5 inch gap. We've run the transparency study on that
Okay.
to maintain the 40% requirement. We're at 43.75.
And what's the height?
The height of the gate is 6'8" with a 4-inch gap at the bottom, so the top of the gate is 7 feet.
And the louvers on the gate are flat, they're not angled.
Correct.
Okay. And the mechanics for the gate?
It will be automated.
Okay. No gooseneck? And there are no light fixtures on it?
No.
I'm sorry, Matthew, you didn't answer. So is there an external mechanism?
And
Keypad?
So there is an existing keypad out there. It was recently renovated. I don't know the date of it, but I'd like to reuse it if possible.
Well, the preference would be not. I'm not sure that without seeing the house, and I can't recall what was approved, I'd like to see how the gate is in keeping with the main house. Do you have a picture of the house?
I remember.
You do?
It was a the really beautiful contemporary
Yeah.
flat roof.
No, I know it's not a traditional house, but just in terms of the materials and the look of the house, I mean, I'm okay with if you guys recall it. I don't recall it.
I don't recall
should-
specifically the materials, but from a design standpoint, from what I remember, it matches the look and feel of the contemporary home.
Yeah, all I have from that original presentation in February, this was what Blaise McCoy presented.
Yeah.
Just the stone, the wood, and the metal.
Do you think the gate, given its height and the 1-inch slats and the 1.5 and 1.5, yes, I know technically,
Yes.
and mathematically, it's 50% or close to it, and it's surely more than 40%, but somehow
It's 43%.
somehow I'm looking at
And
that,
three-quarters.
and I'm
It's-
seeing.
It looks very solid.
I'm looking at solid.
Compared to the existing gate, which is very transparent. I agree. I would like to see a little more space between the slats, and actually the posts, along with the gate itself, makes it look so large and imposing.
What's the lot size? Do you know?
The street, oh yeah.
The lot size, I have that over here, I think somewhere.
It's well beyond 3,000.
120.
No, I understand that. I just didn't know whether it, so it's a
120.
it's a 3 acre.
Yeah.
So it's 3 acres.
I think that the gate looks very different in the rendering than when you have the photo of it.
It's tough with the elevations.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that looks more transparent when you look at it that way than when you're looking straight on. But I would agree, looking straight on, it looks very black.
Here's what I think. It sounds to me like if you can figure out how to get us 10 to 15% more transparency by widening the slats, or, because it does feel, I know it may technically be 43, but it doesn't feel it.
Okay.
And maybe it's a cross number. So I think if you can figure out how to give us the style and design from the house that I remember is great. But I think we're all feeling we'd like to see a little more transparency to it.
Yeah, and I'm
especially compared to the gate that was there previously.
And I'm also questioning along with that, and I guess the two go together to some extent, or at least are related, is the height. I mean, it's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of wood or slats or whatever. So transparency, increase the transparency, lessen the height, whatever combination you come back with. Again, I'm not designing your gate, but somehow it leaves me with the impression of stylistically it's probably appropriate, but something of either.
Is the plan to use the existing posts and just reface them, or?
No, we would rebuild those.
Because I would, if possible, slim those down a bit as well.
They're 1'9" square right now.
What is the material on the posts?
The posts are custom cast concrete.
Yeah,
Concrete.
so they could be
Single
smaller.
panel.
Like,
Yeah, so that's gonna be pretty imposing.
it's very imposing, yeah.
Yeah.
I would try to, scale those back a bit as well.
Okay.
And maybe if the posts were the same height as the fence, that might, or the gate, that might make a difference as well.
We started at 8 feet, which is the allowable,
Well.
and it did feel very imposing.
But not
so-
passable.
Fair enough.
All right. So I think you understand the comments. You look what we're looking for.
Sure.
All right, so I'm going to move we accept your, any public comment? I'm going to move we accept your request for an adjournment
On the gates.
on the gates. Do I have a second?
Second.
Adjournment to May 8th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're on the home stretch.
Home stretch. Let's bring this to 69. Next up is 69 Halsey Street, construction of a new single-family dwelling.
Thanks. We have affidavits, they're in order.
And they're in order?
I'm telling you too.
I did see them earlier.
1794. That's when glossy privet was first imported into
1794.
the US from the UK.
1794?
Yeah,
Thank you.
beats
Beats
arborvitae.
You had some time waiting for it.
I was waiting for it. I put it to good use, hopefully, anyway. My name is John
There
Bennett.
have been books written about the privet hedges at the Hamptons. I
Oh,
don't
yeah.
know
Yeah,
a
yeah.
single book that's ever been written about the arborvitae.
The arborvitae of the Hamptons.
And the Philistines.
Perry wrote a nice, interesting book about it. It was
Behind the
mostly his
hedges.
designs.
Yeah.
I'm John Bennett, and with me is Ryan Kessner, you just saw, he's on Zoom. So we submitted the affidavits of mailing posting. The applicant is proposing construction of a new single-family residence at the site. The applicant has already, with me this evening, has already obtained approval for the demolition of the existing residence. Just a couple things to note from a housekeeping point of view. The proposed house, unlike the existing house, will actually meet all required setbacks, removing the development somewhat to the north of the property, as well as moving the pool to the extreme north of the property. So hopefully that makes for a better project because we're now in conformity. There's also a sort of an interesting, some of these older areas, you see things that are sort of interesting but couldn't happen under current zoning. Currently, there's at the southerly end of the property where there's a little almost triangular area, there is an apartment which is attached to another apartment on a separate lot. These things
Those are
used-
garages, aren't they?
Yeah, these things used to happen. Yeah,
It was converted into an apartment.
Yeah.
But they were originally built as garages.
There's a certificate of occupancy for
Yeah,
it, but we're going to abandon that and just convert it back into a garage, because it seems to make more sense. So that's important for you to see. I also have that you can look at when Ryan is presenting. Give me 2 seconds. I had them right here. This is some aerial views of the neighborhood. I think it's helpful. Just hand them out. With the subject property that's been put in yellow.
Thank you.
And that may come into discussion later about deck on the property in terms of how common that is in the neighborhood, but I think based upon, I don't want to foreshadow too much of it, but based upon your policies, generally we're fairly open about that treatment. So with that, I would ask, I want to make sure that there's nothing else. Yeah, I'll just ask Ryan to take you through the plans, and hopefully we can respond to any questions or changes or whatever you need. Great.
Well, board members, long time no see. Ryan
You missed
Cook,
us.
I'm the architect. Let me share my screen. So this is the property in question right here. It's just existing non-conforming with setbacks and all sorts of stuff over here. This is the garage that is actually shared between two parties, that is this house and this house. Half of it goes here, half of it goes here. So right now there is an apartment in here that we are going to abandon, and it's Mr. Bennett said. Our proposed site plan meets all the current setbacks and period, no variance is asked. We provide parking, two spots in the garage, three over here, out of the way of the house. As you can see, this is the outline of the existing house. It's really not non-conforming in the front and side and everything else in between. We've opted for kind of a simple design with an up and over kind of gable here with reverse or a hip going back onto this side. Trying to do simple windows, no transoms at this time, taking that into consideration. And again, we understand the issues with the balcony and everything that you're concerned about. So, and this is the garage. This is the one-car garage with the apartment in it. And I'm just going to blow it out and literally match the next door here. So, again, it's getting late, so I would love your comments back on that.
Board members.
Very unique neighborhood. Most of the houses in there are very small. Understand it's a really deep property, but just seems overwhelming to the other houses.
John?
Yeah, I agree. This is, to my knowledge, there's only one situation like this that exists in the village, where there are 5 homes essentially constructed on a acre-and-a-half property. And each of the homes, as originally constructed, were 2-bedroom, 1-bath homes, and over the years have been adjusted, enlarged to a certain degree, but not to this extent. This house is essentially double the size of any of the existing homes that surround this special little area. And that's a great concern to me, that the massing and the scale is just not in keeping with the properties surrounding it. In addition to that, the placement of the house is pushed back because of the setbacks. And for that reason, the balcony that's being proposed literally overlooks the backyards of both neighbors. I think there's way too much glass on the back of the house, which creates a light pollution issue. I think the right side elevation, all the glass there provides or presents a light pollution and privacy issue for the neighbor. And the fenestration on the right side just seems all over the place. You have, 4/4s, you have 4/2s, you have thin versions, banked versions, triple windows. I mean, kind of make up your mind.
Okay.
Can we just go to the front facade? That would be the south elevation?
That would be the south elevation.
Right. Okay. All right. So, again, size is one thing, but it's the mass. The mass is what's within our jurisdiction. And as I walk down that little cul-de-sac, and look at the other houses, which I don't think any one of them is more than a story and a half, that this house would present itself as rather massive. Granted, it fits within the code, but I believe in terms of mass, it would seem out of place. So I would ask the next time, if it's possible to do a streetscape of the other houses, to the extent that it's, the other houses are in a circle, so you're gonna have to figure out some way of showing that. The materials on the house, did we go through that?
Not yet. It's gonna
Could
be
you-
all typical. It's gonna be cedar siding with natural, light gray, and then white trim, white wood windows, and cedar roof. So we're
Right.
staying in contact with the village.
And the chimney?
The chimney will just do a Danish blend stone, something like that, or Danish blend brick rather.
Yeah. So, so back to, so the materials, I think, are consistent, or typical of the area in one form or another. Like I said, the massing is an issue, so the third-story window, if you will, or attic window adds to that. But again, it's more than that. It's more than just a window. And then it is a narrow lot, which I know presents issues. At the same time, there are neighbors within close proximity, so the use of glass, as John pointed out, and Jane did as well, are of a concern, and the balcony as well.
When you pull onto the street, on the left-hand side, there's the yellow house that's a house and a half, and it has a turret at the one side of it. And the other side is, I think most of these houses started out as a cluster of two-bedroom, one-bath houses that all shared a garage in the back. Because where those four, what is now, it has a C of O, but where they originally were four garages, and all these houses shared the driveway and the garages in the back. So they were sort of built as a cluster, which is actually very unique. So you go through, and then the house on the right was a one-story house that was then made into a story and a half house. And then the next two houses are both story and a half. And then down the third house on the left side or on the south side is a story and a half. And then I think the massing of this house would disrupt the visual harmony of that entire neighborhood, building a two-story house with a full attic. I think you need to go through and look at the flavor and the architectural flavor of the neighborhood and come back with a design that fits into and supports that instead of disrupts it.
Yeah, these houses were built, the Kroll brothers built these in between 1930 and 1940, I believe.
So I just, that's my comment. Do you want to respond?
No, it's.
I can
Well, I
respond.
mean-
I can respond, though.
Well, let me finish. All right.
Yeah, this is the largest of those lots by far, and that's what your FAR requirements are all about. We can work on breaking up the mass, and we'll work with you together with that, but we're not gonna reduce the FAR of the house. It's not gonna happen.
You've heard our comments, you'll come back and
Yeah.
present what you present.
And then just in terms of character of the neighborhood, 71 Halsey and 63 Halsey both have decks on the back. Having said all of that, we're more than happy to work with you about any sort of actually very helpful privacy physical schemes that you.
Well, let's go, John. It's late. Just move on.
Okay. All right, are there any comments from the public? Please state your name for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Deirdre Ward. I live at 61 Halsey Street. I'm here representing my two sisters. We own the house together. We have some serious concerns about the size of the home in context to the neighborhood, the uniqueness of it, the original intent of how it was set up, the small houses built on it. As you said, they're fairly small, modest homes. Access to the area is quite limited currently. It's difficult to get down that road, trucks coming down the road. And I think between the 6-bedroom home that requires how many parking spots?
5.
5, which I'm not really clear what the parking plan looked like. We didn't really get into that. I'm not sure where those cars are gonna be, or if it would be limited to 5 cars at a time if it's a 6-bedroom home. So I think it disrupts absolutely the uniqueness of that area, and honestly extends the capacity of the road. You can see there's a very small circle you have to get around to turn through. There's also a bump out right off of our house that makes it very difficult for the pool truck to get by. So I think access for the people that live there is a big concern, and adding a 6-bedroom home with the cars that go with that is going to be very challenging. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any other public comments? Hello?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Martha Reichert. I'm with the law firm Toomey Latham Shea, Kelly Dubin, and Corderaro. I'm here to represent Paul and Rosemary Hunt, who are adjoining neighbors at 71 Halsey Street. I think that the board has echoed a number of the same concerns that my clients have, which have to do, again, with the massing, the spacing of the proposed residence on the property, issues that arise out of privacy. And again, I think one of the things that's interesting about this neighborhood is that in conforming with the zoning code, it changes the character of this neighborhood. And, I've read some different decisions from different municipalities, in fact, one from the village of East Hampton, where the village's historical consultant made a point that sometimes conforming with the zoning code can, in fact, disrupt the streetscape, and it's more important to sometimes preserve those nonconformities. And so I think that, we only received notice on Thursday, and the applicant submitted some revised plans on Thursday, so we would request sufficient time to be able to comment meaningfully, perhaps in writing as well, but it sounds like the applicant may submit revised plans based on this board's comments. And so we have concerns again about privacy, light pollution, massing, size, and the placement of the proposed improvements.
I would just remind you that the deadline is Thursday at noon prior to the next meeting.
Correct.
We require paper copies for the board members, but most people also supply electronic copies, which also then go to the village website.
Yes.
And if you pull down the draft of the agenda, there's a link there that takes you to it. So sometimes the fastest way to see the most recent plan is to go to that link.
Correct.
And to the building website. But just remember that they're not due until noon Thursday prior.
And then finally, one thing that I wanted to point out is also just the checklist for the application requires the submission of photographs, not just of the existing residence and the property, the subject property, but also of surrounding homes and neighborhoods. And so I know the board has made that comment, but we note that the application did not include any surroundings. And I also think that perhaps the site plan, it would be helpful if it showed the location of the existing neighboring residences so that the board can again examine where the sight lines will be, issues with privacy, again, of the placement of the residence.
Great.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any hands up online?
Yep.
Hi, can you hear me all?
Yes.
Yes.
My name is Vince Duramo. We live at 63 Halsey, directly across the circle. I also have basically the same concerns. I appreciate the board's comments and agree completely with the difference in scale and scope. One minor point for my specific comments, if I could start video here, hang on. Is that we do not actually have a deck that is usable. Just to correct one minor thing, we do have a railing on the side of our property, but it is not accessible. It is a sloped roof and there is no door. It is purely windows, so it is decorative only, just for the record, since that was mentioned. But our real concerns are basically the same thing. The scale, the massive size of the house, and the parking, and the feel of the neighborhood are personally my biggest three concerns. It's a very tight area. It is shared. Our property owns a large portion of that back driveway, but we have to give right of way to multiple driveways, and it's very tight. I think that it's very challenging. When we heard that there's a 6-bedroom house and 5 cars that are needed, I honestly have no idea how that would fit in our neighborhood. These are all, as the board nicely mentioned, very smaller scale homes with limited number of bedrooms, and the parking could quickly get out of control. Also, the appearance of a sort of a large driveway in front of the house is very out of character with all the other ones, where we're very close to the property line and has a very cottagey feel. And we all have to give right of way around the circle, so that not only can we circle around from our garages, but also landscaping and pool equipment, and really the postman is very challenging. So basically, just the board put it very nicely. The scale is concerning. The number of bedrooms are very concerning. The number of people in a small area. The parking is very concerning. And I'm sort of scared now that the gravel driveway was not on the online plan. But seeing it here for the first time, it definitely does not look like anything else in our little community. So have a lot of size concerns and appearance. So, and we look directly at this property, and looking at that, looking at the property, the parking lot, it really looks commercial to me, to be honest, looking at this. And this is directly our field of view from our front window, from our dining room and kitchen, and really the front of the house. And we're right on the curb. We're set back, I think, 10 feet from the curb. So.
Are you at the far back on the left? Are you the White House?
We are the White House directly across the circle. So if you're looking here, it's not shown. I'm Vincent Duramo, so it says now or former. But actually, the way the house is indicated is literally on the other side of the circle. Yeah, yes, that's our house right there. So we literally look directly at that. Putting a very large parking place and moving the house back, as you can see, is very out of character. Paul Hunt's house and Rosemary's directly across from us, catty corner, has a different feel, smaller scale, directly on near the curb. As you can see how narrow these driveways are, 5 cars is going to quickly overwhelm this area, the number of bedrooms, and the appearance of the parking lot. So I appreciate the chance to speak, and thank you to the board.
I have a question. Do you have, just off the top of your head, and you probably don't, do you happen to know your setback from the street? Because your house would be non-conforming, but do you know what it is?
You're speaking to me in terms of the curb?
No, in terms of, do you know what the setback of your house is from the curb? Yeah.
From
you
the
like,
curb.
Are you like 30 feet off, or?
No, we're very tight.
I thought you were like 15 or 20, maybe?
We're barely 10. I think the corner is probably 8 to 10.
You're that
it's
tight.
Non-conforming.
Yeah.
So that was the original house. The way it was positioned, I believe the village requirements from the curb, as you said, were less than 10 feet. And as you can see on this exact picture, we're very close to the curb line, and as is Paul Hunt's house, we're closest to the curb line. That corner is extremely close. That's our kitchen, and we have large windows there, and shortly, and a tiny bit in where that walkway is a dining area with large windows overlooking our circle area. So having a parking structure and a lot of cars would be very visually disruptive and change the character.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Of course. Sage, anyone else?
Yep.
I'm sorry, can I ask one other question to the board?
Sure.
I think there was one question, just so that the board understands. This parking structure is shared amongst 4 different homes. So I believe the property in question owns 2 of the garage spots. We own one. One of the homes in front own another, and then Paul Hunt owns another. So there's a number of different properties that need access to this garage structure, and it's all used by parking.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would prefer to defer, but I can make some comments.
Can you come up?
You have Joe and Nicole Negri here of 83 Halsey.
Okay.
I hear some background noise. Am I good to speak?
You're good to speak.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not turning on my video. It's late where we are, but Wanted to join. Look, I have a lot of appreciation for the proposer / potential homeowner, just having gone through this process. However, I think what we're concerned about is a lot of what the board has stated and a lot of what, frankly, the neighbors have stated. We don't touch the property directly, but we can definitively see from our backyard the second floor balcony. So that seems like a consideration that we would want to have looked at. And similarly, having gone through the balcony process, I think conforming within inside the roof line is probably the preference, not to say that we're against the balcony holistically, because I think that would be a little bit talking against our own proposal. The other concern I think we have is the 6 bedrooms at the back of the circle and the turnaround. What we typically get a lot of people that park on the front of our lawn when there's a lot of workers and trucks. So during the construction process and even post-construction process, it would be quite a concern. I mean, it's been something that we've had to call the township on several times because of people that park on our front property. So I think those concerns, along with some of the other minor things that again, the board and neighbors have reiterated, are our primary reason for showing up this evening. Thank you guys for the time.
Thank you very much. Sir, were you going to speak?
I think I will defer until next.
Okay. Any other comments?
Did Sage say he had? Sage, do you have anybody else?
I don't have any more.
Okay.
Okay. So John, I assume you're requesting adjournment?
Yeah, I just want to point a couple things out, though. You know, 2 of those spaces, there's 5 spaces that are needed, but 2 of them are going to go in that existing garage, number 1. And number 2, the fact that we're moving the house further to the north actually provides a little bit more room for the parking. We'll work on the mass, but I think everybody should know, and the public should know, that we have a right to build a house of that FAR, but we will engage and work productively and realize that we have to make you feel happy about the massing of the house.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you. So you're requesting adjournment?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. I move we...
May I just
Pardon?
say something quickly?
Sure.
I just want to thank all the neighbors for coming out and giving us some feedback. It certainly helps us put together a design, and we'll take it all into consideration. So thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. The 8th, if that's okay.
I remove that we accept the applicant's request for an adjournment for 69 Halsey Street to May 8th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
We
night,
will-
get home safe, guys.
Thank you. We will not be hearing 100 Narrow Lane tonight, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that takes us down to driveway gates. We've heard 224 North Sea, so I think 35 Herrick Road is a new matter. Do you have affidavits, and are they in order?
I don't think I do on this one.
35 Herrick Road, driveway gates?
Yeah, let me just check.
Thank you.
Going once? Okay. We did 60 Halsey Neck, right?
Right.
We did.
101 Toilsome, 101 Hedges LLC.
Is that you? Well,
Is
which
that
one are
you?
you here from? Not me.
Are you last and last? Are you 161 Downs?
You're
Are you
always last.
161 Downs?
That one I have affidavits on.
And are they in order?
Yes.
Okay, 161 Downs. Last call for 101 Hedges at 101 Toilsome. Anyone?
Which one do you have?
Oh, wait, I do not have affidavits on 161 Downs.
Okay.
101 Toilsome Lane.
Oh,
You're here on 101
101
Toilsome.
Toilsome.
Yes,
Yeah,
I have
101
yours.
Toilsome,
Okay, so
okay.
let's hear that one.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're always our last friend.
Oh, wait, I have 35 Herrick.
Better than never. Okay, this is the name.
Okay, maybe we can second call that. Is Michael Marin online? Okay, well, maybe we can take jurisdiction, I don't know. 35 Herrick, I have the affidavits. They're in order. He's not here, I don't think.
Oh, thank you. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Also, I have a survey.
Okay, you can put it on the table, yeah.
Okay.
If you're facing us, Ramon.
And again, this is, we're trying to apply for the driveway gate. It's 6 feet high, the top of the gate.
Yep.
And it's going to be 20 foot from the road.
Can I see your survey for a second?
Sure.
Great, thank you.
It's going to be an ASAC. And it's going to be white, and this gate is not going to be automatic.
You said, what about, not
No
auto-
automatic. It's going to be only closing my hand, closing my
Really?
hand.
Okay.
And the material is what?
Versatile.
AZAC.
You've been here for a number of meetings. What do you think I'm going to say? Let me help you. Your area is 36,604 square feet, which is under the 40,000 square foot limit for 48-inch gate. So you're on a less than an acre property, and your frontage is 82 feet. So our policy is under 40,000 square feet, under 150, 48-inch gate. So that's what I'm going to say to you is, same conversation.
Your hand is on the mic.
Okay.
So, from my perspective, I would tell you that I couldn't approve a 6-foot gate, especially on Toilsome,
Yeah.
on a property, on a narrow front street property, even if it's 20 feet back, I couldn't approve that. It needs, the height really needs to meet the published policy.
Right.
Okay.
Now, design-wise, at least from my
Okay.
standpoint, it's a nice design.
Design-wise, I think it's
Now, again, how you reduce it to accommodate, actually, and it's more than just fitting the guidelines. It's really about what's in harmony with that street. Yes, there's some big houses, and there's some houses that have more expansive fronts. And those houses, by dint of their lot size and their frontage, are more appropriate, or it's more, the properties are more amenable, and a larger gate, a taller gate is more appropriate. In this case, I think Mark, in terms of applying the guidelines, is spot on. And I think it's going to be in better keeping with the street and the nature of that house,
Okay.
and the scale of that house.
Nothing personal.
No.
I know.
Just
Can I have a question?
Yes. Is your question, can I go first next time? Because I feel like you're always here to the end of the meeting.
Can I ask for the same distance, 4 feet high? Do you think can it possible?
Sure, could it be 20 feet off the
20
street
feet,
and
20 feet off the
40,
street and
4.5 feet?
40.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, sure. So you'd like an adjournment?
Let me talk to my client.
Okay.
Thank you.
You'd
Have a
like an
great night,
adjournment?
everybody.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Hanging around
I'm gonna move, we
for
accept.
3 hours.
Do I have any public comment? No. I'm gonna move, we accept the applicant's request for adjournment for 101 Toilsome Lane for a driveway gate. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I tell you, it's
What-
always nice to finish the evening with him.
Well, it's so good.
Oh, really? It's always a
You're
happy note.
You're always pleasant.
Yeah. I'm never angry. I can always.
It must be nice.
I wish you were contagious.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a good night,
Take care.
friend. We'll see you on May 8th. Okay. One more time, 161 Downs Path.
Well, I don't have affidavits on that anyway.
Okay, but you have affidavits on 35 Herrick Road?
Yes.
So
But
do
if
we?
the applicant's not here,
The applicant's not here.
Is that?
Yeah, I got someone.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
We almost
Well,
made
we,
it.
we have affidavits and they're in order, so we can definitely take jurisdiction.
Did we hear 242 South Main? I think these are copies, I don't know, but I had the same thing. Oh, cool.
Are you?
No, I think I got.
Sorry,
no,
an old person.
I can't remember now, because I thought I found it.
Some old ladies get hot.
That's,
all right, who do we have? Tell them on a short leash to get here.
Yeah, yeah, it can, it
Was it a
depends.
composite?
You know, yeah, it is, and, yeah, you're right, you know, that,
On toil
Okay.
salt, you know, it just sort of seems like.
I thought tonight would be longer,
it's,
yeah, I'm actually surprised.
Okay.
because tonight was when anyone could cancel.
we might be a little too.
But it's not over yet. This could be a very contentious gate.
I didn't even eat my snacks.
It's funny, because I have materials on 161, but you don't have.
Should be there.
No affidavits.
Hello? Are you there?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, hi, this is Joe and Joan Tadaro, 106 Powell Avenue.
Yes?
Are we on the agenda? I have my name on the agenda.
106 Powell, we did that.
106 Powell we did a
No.
while ago.
There wasn't one of
Are you 106 Powell Avenue?
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was for the demo.
That was for the demolition.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which was approved.
That was approved.
It was approved about 2 hours ago.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness, we've been on the whole time. I don't know how we missed it.
Yeah, well, on the agenda,
Oh,
you were way at the top of the agenda, so the news I have is, have a lovely evening. The,
Thank you, you also.
Okay.
All of you. Thank
Good-
you very
Good night.
much.
Do I have anybody now for 35 Herrick Road?
Nope.
Do I have materials for 35 Herrick Road? Do you want us to look at it? Is it, I'm getting,
No. I just wanted you to take jurisdiction so they don't have to renotice.
oh, okay. I move
And-
we open the application for 35 Herrick Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
All approved? Aye.
Aye.
I move that we adjourn 35 Herrick Road until May 8th. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That being the last thing on the agenda, I'm going to move we close the April 24th meeting for the Board of Architecture Review and Historic Preservation. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thanks for everyone's patience.